13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature.
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है.
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world.
With everybody locked down in their homes, in their countries, the Jaipur Literature Festival saw this as an opportunity to reinvent, to reimagine and represent itself in a digital format.
And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है.
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers. There's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mukul court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
With people happy to experience festivals in the comfort of their homes, we will offer that to you. And to all those who will come out and experience the live version on the ground in the Diggi Palace, in the Diggi in Jaipur. We will be delighted to welcome you there.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
दुनिया की भूल भुलैया में हर कोई बिजी है, पर टेंशन क्या लेनी है भाई, चिल करना इजी है। दुनिया की भूल भुलैया में हर कोई बिजी है, पर टेंशन क्या लेनी है भाई, चिल करना इजी है। जब दिल है भी तो ट्रैफिक में फंस कर भी अच्छा लगता है, मीटिंग में बॉस का जहरीला लेक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है, आधा टेढ़ा दुनिया का ये स्ट्रक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है। थोड़ा नॉइस कर लो साइड, अच्छी धुन पे कर लो राइड, अपने काम कर लो वाइड, आज कुछ अच्छा 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 अच्छा, आज कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम, चलो कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम, अच्छा 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 94.3 माय एफएम, आज कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम, चलो कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. For today's morning music session, it is our pleasure to present Supriya Nagarajan. From the undulating landscape of Yorkshire in the UK comes the dawn chorus of the birds, accompanied by the magical sounds of the harp and mellifluous Indian vocals. Bhakti and serenity lie at the core of this journey. Supriya Nagarajan plays with different languages from the north to the south of India to awaken the senses and reach out to the meditative inner core of the brain. Accompanying her on this journey are Lucy Nolan on the harp and Duncan Chapman on the flugelhorn, field recordings and electronics. This cultural and musical juxtaposition of words and sounds will create a restful and peaceful start to yet another interesting day with the Jaipur Literature Festival. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, Supriya Nagarajan.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा अविघ्नं गुरु मे देव निर्विघ्नं गुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक महागणपती वरद विनायक महागणपती सिद्ध विनायक मंगलमूर्ती मंगलदायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक तुझा शरणीचा गोड पैंजणी घुंगरू झाल्या राग रागिनी तुझा शरणीचा गोड पैंजणी घुंगरू झाल्या राग साधक गायक तुझसी शरण मी साधक गायक सकल गणांचा तू वदिनायक घोडनाम तव गाता वदनी गोडनाम तव गाता वदनी भवसागर तो जाई तरुणी भवसागर तो जाई तरुणी तुझशी वंदन अष्टविनायक तुझशी वंदन अष्टविनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक महागणपती वरद विनायक मंगलमूर्ती मंगलदायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक सकल गणांचा तू अधिनायक வேலவனே உமையாள் மைந்தனே தனை நாயகனே பொன்மயில் ஏறிடும் புண்ணியநாதனே குமரா கூவி அழைத்தால் குரல் கொடுப்பான் கூவி அழைத்தால் குரல் கொடுப்பான் பரம் குன்றமேறி நின்ற குமரா என்று கூவி அழைத்தால் குரல் கொடுப்பான் குமரா பாவையர் யாவரும் பாடிய வேதனே பாவையர் யாவரும் பாடிய வேதனே பொன்மயில் ஏறிடும் ஷண்முகநாதனே பாவையர் யாவரும் பாடிய வேதனே பொன்மயில் ஏறிடும் ஷண்முகநாதனே கூவி அழைத்தால் குரல் கொடுப்பான் பரம் குன்றமேறி நின்ற குமரா என்று கூவி அழைத்தால் குரல் கொடுப்பான் பூவிதழ் மலர்ந்தருள் புன்னகை புரிவான் பூவிதழ் மலர்ந்தருள் புன்னகை புரிவான் புண்ணியம் செய்தோர்க்கு கண்ணெதிரில் தெரிவான் புண்ணியம் செய்தோர்க்கு கண்ணெதிரில் தெரிவான் கூவி அழைத்தால் குரல் கொடுப்பான் தேவியர் இருவர் மேவிய குஹனே திங்களை சுமந்த சங்கரன் மகனே தேவியர் இருவர் மேவிய குஹனே திங்களை சுமந்த சங்கரன் மகனே பாவையர் யாவரும் பாடிய வேதனே பொன்மயில் ஏறிடும் ஷண்முகநாதனே பாவையர் யாவரும் பாடிய வேதனே பொன்மயில் ஏறிடும் ஷண்முகநாதனே கூவி அழைத்தார் குரல் கொடுப்பான் பரம் குன்றமேறி நின்ற குமரா என்று கூவி அழைத்தார் குரல் கொடுப்பான் குமரா Sararan. करुणा सुनो करुणा सुनो श्यामा मोरे करुणा सुनो श्यामा मोरे मैं तो होई रही चिरी तोरी करुणा सुनो श्यामा मोरी मैं तो होई रही चरी तोरी करुणा सुनो तुम्हारे कारण सब सुख छाड़े तुम्हारे कारण सब सुख छाड़ी अब मोहे क्यों तरसाओ तुम्हारे कारण सब सुख छाड़ी अब मोहे क्यों तरसाओ बिरह व्यता लागे मोहे अंतर बिरह व्यता लागे मोहे अंतर जो तुम आय भुजा करुणा सुनो अब छोड़त नहीं बनो प्रभु जी प्रभु जी अब छोड़त नहीं बनो प्रभु जी हंस कर तुर जन्म जन्म की अंग सो अंग लगा लो करुणा सुनो श्यामा मोरी मैं तो रही चरी तोरी करुणा காதல் பேருகுதடி கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் காதல் பேருகுதடி கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் காதல் பேருகுதடி கையினில் வேல் பிடித்த கருணை சிவபாலன் கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் கையினில் வேல் பிடித்த கருணை சிவபாலனை கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் எண்டிசை பாடும் எழில் வசந்தா பூங்காவும் எண்டிசை பாடும் எழில் வசந்த பூங்காவும் அந்த சுகம் தந்த கந்தனையன் காந்தனை எண்டிசை பாடும் எழில் வசந்த பூங்காவும் அந்த சுகம் தந்த கந்தனையன் காந்தனை கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் காதல் பெருகுதடி கையினில் வேல் பிடித்த கருணை சிவபாலனை கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் நிலமயில் தன்னை நெஞ்சமும் மறக்கவில்லை நேசமுடன் கலர்ந்த பாசமும் மறையவில்லை நிலமயில் தன்னை நெஞ்சமும் மறக்கவில்லை நேசமுடன் கலர்ந்த பாசமும் மறையவில்லை கோலகுமாரன் மலர் கோயிலில் இறங்கி விட்டான் கோலகுமாரன் மலர் கோயிலில் இறங்கி விட்டான் நகை உனை காட்டி நறுமணம் சூட்டி விட்டான் கோலகுமாரன் மலர் கோயிலில் இறங்கி விட்டான் குறுநகை உனை காட்டி நறுமணம் சூட்டி விட்டான் கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் காதல் பெருகுதடி கையினில் வேல் பிடித்த கருணை சிவபாலனை கண்ட நாள் முதலாய் राम भी तू रहीम भी तू ईसा तू है गुरु गोविंद तू तेरे नाम अनेक पर एक है तू एक है तू राम भी तू रहीम भी तू साज भी तू आवाज भी तू गीत भी तू संगीत भी तू तेरे रूप अनेक पर एक है तू एक है तू राम भी तू रहीम भी तू ईसा तू है गुरु गोविंद तू तेरे नाम अनेक पर एक है तू एक है तू राम भी तू
Thank you, Supriya Nagarajan, for that delightful collaboration. We thank our celebration partner, Diageo, and thank you all for watching and being such a great audience once again. Please stay logged on as we begin our series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that have been specially curated for you. As you are aware, the cultural sector has been critically impacted by the pandemic, and while we have braced ourselves to embrace the new normal, we have struggled to ensure that we can continue to bring a free flow of knowledge and ideas. We would love for you to support us at Teamwork Arts. Any contribution is welcome and would help spread knowledge and ideas seamlessly and against all odds. Please tweet using the hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 at Jaipur Lit Fest. Hope to see you all in the next session.
Welcome back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival from Diggy Palace, the front lawns, protected by Dettol. Today's session is supported by media partner Business Standard. It's our pleasure to present Asia and Australia Mapping Alternative Realities. Yogendra Kumar, His Excellency Barry O'Farrell, Shyam Saran and Zorawar Daulet Singh in conversation with Jyoti Malhotra. A new dynamism pervades the crucial relationship between India and Australia, with China as an important element in the larger equilibrium of the region. India's strategic, political and economic relationship with the countries in the South Asia-Australasia region have far-reaching consequences. The panelists take a long, hard look at crucial factors such as global health, climate change and military balance. Former diplomat Yogendra Kumar's latest book is Geopolitics in the Era of Globalization, Mapping an Alternative Global Future. His Excellency Barry O'Farrell is the current Australian High Commissioner to India, Foreign Affairs Analyst and writer, historian and Foreign Affairs Analyst. Zorawar Daulet Singh's latest book is Power Shift, India-China Relations in a Multipolar World. Shyam Saran is a former Foreign Secretary of India. His latest book is How India Sees the World. In conversation with editor and journalist Jyoti Malhotra, they evaluate the steps that nations, international institutions and people-to-people relationships can take. Yogendra Kumar has served in several important capitals in different parts of the world during his diplomatic career. At headquarters, he handled both bilateral and multilateral relations, covering a wide range of subjects. Post-retirement, he's been writing and lecturing in India and abroad on foreign policy and security issues. His Excellency Barry O'Farrell was announced as Australia's High Commissioner to India in February 2020. He served in the Parliament of New South Wales from 1995 to 2015, including as the state's 43rd Premier between 2011 and 2014. As Premier, O'Farrell initiated and led annual trade missions to India to promote economic, cultural and social links between New South Wales and the states of India. Ambassador Shyam Saran is a former Foreign Secretary of India and has served as Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Nuclear Affairs and Climate Change. He's headed the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, a prestigious think tank focusing on economic issues, and was chairman of the National Security Advisory Board under the National Security Council. He has recently published a book, How India Sees the World. Saran was awarded the Padma Bhushan, the third highest civilian award in 2011 for his contributions to civil service. Zorawar Daulet Singh is a historian and strategist based in New Delhi. He is a founder of the North Cap University, a state private university located in Gurgaon, and is an adjunct fellow with the Institute of Chinese Studies, New Delhi. His recent books include Power and Diplomacy, India's Foreign Policies During the Cold War, and Power Shift, India-China Relations in a Multipolar World. Jyoti Malhotra is editor, National and Strategic Affairs of the print news portal based in New Delhi. She is the president of the Indian Women's Press Corps and a member of a South Asian network of journalists called South Asian Women in the Media. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, Asia and Australia, Mapping Alternative Realities, Yogendra Kumar, Barry O'Farrell, Shyam Saran and Zorawar Daulet Singh in conversation with Jyoti Malhotra. Jyoti.
Welcome to this wonderful spring morning. We are all in the comfort of our homes, perhaps at our places of work, but there's nothing better than to be at the Jaipur Literature Festival virtually. And of course, we hope that we will be there again next year. So thank you again for inviting me. And it is my great pleasure to introduce, not just to reintroduce all the participants, but to show you their book. So this is Shyam Saran's book. I hope you can see this on your screen. It's How India Sees the World, Kautilya to the 21st Century. And those of you who haven't read it, you're missing out on something, because this is the ultimate primer to India's foreign policy. Then we have Zorawar Daulet Singh, and I'd like to show you his book. It's called Power Shift, India-China Relations in a Multipolar World. And since we're still in the middle of the India-China now disengagement, The withdrawal is still taking place on the heights of Ladakh. But I would suggest that all of you read at least the first chapter, which is a short history to give you a great view of what's happening and why it's happening. And then I have with me Yogendra Kumar's book called The Geopolitics in the Era of Globalization. And we will talk about this, including a Gandhian angle. But let me begin by introducing our topic this morning. It's Asia and Australia mapping alternative realities. And may I ask the Australian High Commissioner, Barry O'Farrell, if you could perhaps launch this discussion and explain to us, now that both Australia and India are very much part of the Quad, along with the US and Japan, but in a sense, Australia has been really at the forefront of this, of some discomfiture with China. The Chinese have been more than reprimanding. They've threatened to sort of downsize the trade basket. How does Australia see it? And also, how do you feel that several other of the Quad partners, including India, haven't said very much about this?
Well, Jyoti, it's terrific to be part of this discussion, and it comes against the backdrop of a year in which there's been a tectonic shift in relations between India and Australia, caused in part by COVID, ironically, at a time when individuals are being told to isolate and lock down. Our two nations have become closer together, but also clearly at a time of increasing geostrategic tensions within our region. We're seeing a shift of power and influence from the Atlantic to the Indo-Pacific at the same time as a rise in uncertainty. And yes, Australia's economic relationship with one of its trading partners, China, has also taken a hit. It's not for me to comment on the India-China relationship, but I'm happy to talk about Australia's relationship with China, and we remain committed to continuing our trading links with China. We, as a trading nation, assume that people buy products from us because they need those products. Both of our peoples in India and in Australia and China have benefited from the economic ties between our two countries, but it's not surprising that there are differences between us, given our different political and economic systems. And China's outlook and the nature of its external engagement in the region and globally has clearly changed in recent years, and we can't pretend things are the way they were. The world has changed, and we continue to seek to engage with China on the basis of mutual benefit, which is what most trading nations do. And we're committed to trying to find a way for our nations and people to continue to beneficially engage in the future. But has it been tough? It's been tough on the farm sector in Australia. It's been tough on other sectors. But Australia is resilient. We've gone through shifts in trading blocks in the past, and happily, we continue to produce goods that the world seeks. And even more happily, a part of the increased relationship between Australia and India is also now increasingly focused on economic trade and investment matters.
Right. Mr. Shyam Saran, you've watched China for several decades now. You're an expert, perhaps one of India's top strategists, strategic analysts and thinkers. Now, how do you see the Quad? Do you see it as a bloc that is seeking to sort of contain China, although I use that word very hesitantly? And how do you see the disengagement in Ladakh as Chinese and Indian troops withdraw? Do you think that there is a message there for the Chinese?
As far as the Quad is concerned, I think it would be perhaps wise to not come up with a definitive, conclusion right away. I would say that it is still evolving. I think the various partners are beginning to sort of be comfortable dealing with one another. But they are also, to some extent, hedging because, the situation in our region, situation globally is undergoing a transformation, as Barry said. So things are not very clear. But I think I would like to point to a trend of steady crystallization of the Quad. Starting with very hesitant beginnings, it has become a forum which is now here to stay. All the four partners, in fact, have said that it is here to stay. We recently had the third ministerial meeting of the Quad. I would have hoped that they came up with a joint statement rather than, separate statements after the meeting. But maybe
why do you think they're still being hesitant? This is the third meeting of the foreign ministers. Shouldn't they sort of at least come forward and commit to some vows with each other?
They should. That's why I said that I would have hoped that they came out with a joint statement, but that will come. The indication that the four partners are even looking at a possible summit meeting of the four partners, that's a very good sign as well. Don't forget, I think the value of the Quad is that the four partners put together, if we are looking at China, these four partners together are more powerful than China is. I mean, that's the reality. So as far as the balance of power is concerned, should the four countries find ways of really coming together even closer than they are, I think, the ability to constrain, if not contain China, you said you would not like to use the word contain, that is, demonstrates the hesitancy all of us have in using that term. But the fact is that the four countries are uniquely positioned to really constrain the kind of, aggressive or assertive behavior of China, both in the region and beyond. As far as the India-China disengagement is concerned, I know that there are views that perhaps we have given too much, that perhaps, we should not have made the kind of concession that we did on the southern heights of the Pangkong Lake. But as a first step, I think this is a positive step, which should be welcome, because prolonged confrontation, some places eyeball to eyeball confrontation, that sets up the perfect scenario for accidents, for misperception. So to the extent that both sides have decided to step back from that is a good sign. But again, here, this is also an evolving situation.
Right.
Because there are several sectors of the border which we have not really dealt with so far. And the last meeting which was held did not seem to indicate that the two sides were in a position to come to a agreement with respect to some of the other areas. So that we'll have to wait and watch. But yes, I think the Chinese side is perhaps aware that there is a pushback. And by the way, not only a pushback from the Quad, but pushback from other quarters as well. So perhaps that has given China a cause for a little pause in the manner in which they are rolling out their policies.
Sure. Now, Zorawar, Daulet Singh, may I ask you to pick up from what these two speakers have said? And in particular, I'd like to ask you two questions. One is that, Mr. Shyam Saran just said that the four countries of the Quad are perhaps more powerful, stronger than China. And the second is that in the 100th anniversary of the founding of the Communist Party of China, which is going to be celebrated later this year, how does China look at, its own power, its own rise as perhaps the as a second most powerful country in the world, at least economically? So, and how do you connect these two issues?
Thank you, Jyoti. Yeah, so I think that one of the things that India and China's neighbors are grappling with is how do you sort of manage the rise of a powerful economic force in Asia that's now already entangled with the global economy and the regional economy. So it's so different from previous episodes of managing power transitions or managing a rising power. It's precisely reflecting in the sort of the gradual approach that the Quad or other plurilaterals are taking, in a sense that all these states also have very deep vested economic interests with China. They have independent geopolitical disputes with China. So for them to come together in sort of a NATO-style Article 5 commitment is extremely difficult. So that's precisely where the challenge is, and China, in a sense, exploits that in a way because it deals with each individually rather than sort of worrying about a collective sort of security system, which it does not want to seek. on how China, I would sort of move towards what explains a little bit of this sort of de-escalation or a lessening of tension on the India-China front. I think there is a sense of change, partly because of the election in the United States. You have a new administration that is reconsidering some of the policies of the way Trump engaged with Asia. I see China, also Chinese policymakers, leaders, somewhat uncertain of where that trend is going. Is the US-China policy going to be different to the way the United States was sort of operating in the last 4 years? And I think Indian policymakers are also a little conscious and uncertain of where the United States is going to go with China. So there's a whole lot of bargaining happening between them. And I think it's a welcome development that India and China have at least lowered the temperature on this long frontier, because avoiding conflict allows us to now relook at Asia from a wider canvas than just get bogged down in South Asia. And that's partly what we're seeing also on India-Pakistan relations as well, where we have sort of, at least, as you said, there's an outbreak of peace. So this allows us to sort of just take a reset and perhaps see where things are going, because there's a whole lot of flux going on in the larger Asian canvas.
Okay. So Yogendra, Kumar, I was struck by the fact that in your book, you talk about the Gandhian praxis as an alternative to the view of the world, especially even in terms of sort of geopolitics. But if you look at the India-China evolving story, how would a Gandhian deal with a violent situation in which, 20 Indian troops died last year in the Galwan Valley? How would a Gandhian react to that? I mean, is there really an alternative, or are we just speaking hypothetically?
Well, that's a good point. And of course, it depends upon where you begin. I mean, if you talk about the current paradigm, geopolitical paradigm, in my book, I bring a perspective on that as to how this paradigm has come to be what it is today, which we had to deal with now. And I begin with the end phase of Cold War, when there was the détente, when they were actually thinking of re-scripting a new global order. And we know what actually happened since then. So in the book that I address really is the issue of the current, let's say, methodological conundrum, the confusion as to what kind of future they are going to look at, the uncertainty, the unpredictability of what actually awaits us. So in fact, in my book, I begin by referring to the national...
How would you deal with it? How would a Gandhian...
I'm coming to that. So I'm talking here, when there's uncertainty, there's a question of how you manage political change. So in my book, I do not say that you not push back against China because China actually being aggressive towards India and to its neighbors. What I'm trying to say is that whole lot of problem that we're facing today, in which we have to deal with China, grapple with China, all at the same time, these problems actually basically relate to, as I said, the problem of managing political change. Take, for example, Burma, Myanmar. Take, for example, Nepal. Take, for example, Sri Lanka. Or the neighboring countries around China. You take Central Asia, take Kyrgyzstan, take Afghanistan, and so on and so forth. So when you have this uncertainty all around you, you find conflicting interests, and they come into a clash, and certain kind of aggressive behavior appears. So what I'm trying to say in my book really is this, that whilst we are actually having to push back against China, we also have to combine at the level of, let's say, middle power, so to say, because as Mr. Samson said, that we can push them back. We can show the constraints of the behavior. And at the same time, look at a larger issue as to how we're going to manage climate change, population, kind of imbalances, and arms, sort of what we talk about, the lack of equilibrium in terms of balance of power and so on and so forth.
Yeah, now that's interesting. And you mentioned Myanmar, and Saran is a former Indian ambassador to Myanmar. And what is interesting in the current context, especially with people protesting, defying the curfew of the Tatmadaw or the army. But may I come back to you, High Commissioner O'Farrell, and ask you about how the new Joe Biden administration, now they haven't said very much about China yet, but do you feel that they will have other ideas? There have been several policy reviews. We've seen them go back a lot of what the Trump guys did. But do you think on the China question, there will be continuity rather than change?
Look, I think the United States will determine its China policy on the basis of what's best for its national interest in the same way that India and Australia do. But what's clear is that President Biden's team is committed to the Indo-Pacific. What's clear is their commitment to the Quad is also there. And I think that provides a stability for India as a natural leader of the region, and Australia and Japan and ASEAN to be able to plan with greater certainty as we move forward. Can I just comment, Jyoti, on two issues? One is, there is a remarkable fixation I notice in India since I've arrived about the content of statements post-Quad meetings. The last thing I did before leaving Australia a year ago was to go to an Australian wedding where vows were exchanged, and the groom and the bride's vows were different, but the commitment was the same. The commitment is there, and that's what's clearly important in the Quad, and that's why I think that, as Foreign Secretary Saran has said, it is going to stay, and it is still crystallising.
But the degree of commitment of the bridegroom may differ from the degree of commitment of the bride, right? I mean, I'm sure that's possible too.
Well, the great thing about our relationships is we marry other people. We're engaged with other people. We're not clones of each other. That would be an incredibly boring life. And so, each country has national interests, and I think over this difficult 12 months, through COVID, through geostrategic tensions, India has displayed an incredible, nuanced approach to its region, both through the start of COVID with its neighbours, now through vaccine diplomacy, but more importantly, by engaging through plurilateral arrangements with a variety of nations across our region to try and deliver that safe, secure, open and rules-based region we want.
Right, can I ask you another question before I move, High Commissioner, which is that you have a trade, you have a bilateral trade agreement with China, I imagine, right? Now you have this sort of increasing discomfort on the trade front. You're also part of RCEP. How do you sort of cohere or synchronize all these sort of conflicting issues?
Well, as I said before, we've been a trading nation for more than 200 years. We've always sought to present our goods to the world, find customers to support our economy, and we've had success. I'm old enough to remember when we sent most of our goods to the UK. When the UK joined the common market, we had to find other markets, and we've been doing that probably every 25 years since. I have no doubt that...
How does it feel to be, on the one hand, to be told by the Chinese, look, we're not going to buy your wine, or we're not going to buy your beef, and then continue to trade with them? I suppose you have to bite your tongue.
Well, ultimately, whether I'm a corner store in Delhi or a country like Australia, you seek customers and you seek to serve the needs of those customers on the basis that you're selling things that they want. But there is no doubt that the relationship has changed. There's no doubt that the region has changed. It is more difficult. Clearly, China's engagement with the world is far more aggressive and more difficult than it has been in the past. It just sets a challenge, and whether we sell goods to China, to India, or other countries, we'll do so on the basis that we're selling things that people want.
Right. I think, Mr. Saran, can I ask you to comment on that? It's interesting that the Australians have continued this very vibrant trading relationship with the Chinese, and I'm just wondering, now that Indian and Chinese troops are disengaging in Ladakh, whether we should take a leaf out of what Australia has been doing and begin to retrade with China. And I think some of that is already happening.
Well, China emerged as the largest trade partner for India during the year that we had the confrontation. So, so what's new in a sense? We are trading with China.
So I'm just wondering, can you separate this aggression?
No, you can't. I think neither in the case of Australia can you separate the trade relationship from the political relationship. I mean, the Chinese have ensured that the two cannot be separated. Not Australia, not India in a sense. So it is the Chinese who have made certain that, trade and politics will be used together. And, the trade relationship is used like a political weapon. So I think even though we may want to separate the trading relationship from the rest of the relationship, I'm afraid that is not possible. There will be points where the two will intersect. That is one point. Secondly, as far as the what Barry said about the Quad, that maybe we need to have different vows. It doesn't really matter very much. I would hope that from polygamy we move to monogamy sometime, because I think just sort of hanging in between may not really impress the Chinese very much, may not impress potential partners very much. It is good that the Quad is also reaching out to ASEAN countries. It is also inviting, for example, some of the major European countries also to articulate their own Indo-Pacific strategy. So these are good signs, and I do hope that this crystallization process that I spoke about, this continues in the future. What I would also like to focus attention on is that in terms of India-Australia relationship, I think what is striking is that we have really come a very long way. Where there has been, in a sense of, there has been a kind of a mutual indifference in the past. Also a sense of, since we both speak English and we, both of us play cricket, what else is there to know about each other? There is a great deal to know about each other, as we are discovering. So I think there is a need for further investment by the two countries in learning about each other, because that is what will really bring the two countries. Don't forget, Australia and India are really two bookends. If you look at the ocean space.
Two bookends of the Indo-Pacific, yes.
Exactly. So they have a very critical role to play. And irrespective of what the level of commitment of the United States may be to the region, I think India and Australia need to work together. And lastly, I would like to point out that yes, the new administration in Washington has committed itself to the Indo-Pacific strategy, has committed itself to the Quad. But if you look at, for example, President Biden's speech at the Munich Security Conference recently, the focus is Europe. The focus is on giving primacy to alliance relationships within NATO, talking about a concept of democracies with respect to almost a revival of the G7. So yes, Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific will continue to be very important for the Biden administration, but to me it seems that Biden places great priority on the relationship with Europe. And as far as the relationship with China is concerned, I think what the Munich speech shows is he talks about Russia being a security threat, but he talks about China being an economic threat. That will be the competition. So it would appear that in the scheme that Biden administration is sort of sketching, the relationship with China is seen more as a competitive relationship, relatively speaking. I'm saying it does not mean that the security element is not there, but perhaps the focus there is on how to make certain that the United States of America is able to win the economic competition, the technological competition with China.
Right. Zorawar, may I ask you to comment on, on this? In your book, you write about how the Chinese would like for there to be no separation of powers, if you like, between the business or the economic side of the relationship. But when we saw over the last year in Ladakh, the Indians did separate that. Now it seems to be business as usual. So is it that India has learned to bite its tongue because it doesn't have the options are limited? What does India do in a situation like this?
So Jyoti, in fact, when you look back, even at the modus vivendi that was crafted in, let's say, the end of the Cold War, 1988, it was never envisaged a separation where you could sort of separate the dispute and the rest of the relationship. It was always envisaged that you have a dispute, you're going to try and keep working towards resolution, but you're not going to let that process of peaceful resolution hold back an incremental accumulation of interdependence and ties on other fronts. So it's been this parallel process for the last 30 years that kind of hit a dead end in a sense in the last recent years as the border dispute began to sort of come alive again and began to manifest not just in terms of verbal or political disagreements, but frankly, military sort of friction and last year, as we saw, outbreak of even violence. So in that sense, of course, the Indian position, and I don't think even China disputes that you cannot have a normal relationship if you do not have basic peace on the frontier. I think now what's happening is that the Chinese are trying to sort of restore or link the final resolution of this crisis. And because there are still several points that remain to be settled on India assuring its China that there's going to be a normal relationship once that happens. So there is a bit of a mismatch here in the sequence of events. But I think both sides, if you look at even Wang Yi's comments yesterday, I think they both recognize that you cannot have any normal relationship until you have sort of stabilized your geopolitical disagreements.
Okay.
On this point, Jyoti, of coming back to even this broad Indo-Pacific, I think we sort of are positing our arguments on these assumptions that were crafted during the first Cold War, in a sense, where you had an Iron Curtain, maybe not as hard as it was in Europe, but you certainly had these US alliances in the Pacific in the first Cold War, and China was sort of left out. But by the 1970s, that sort of framework fell away, right? I mean, the biggest beneficiary of globalization has been China's rise and China's engagement with the United States, Europe, Japan, Korea. And today, you're talking of trillions of dollars of trade and collectively amongst those groups of countries, over $1 trillion of FDI both ways. Collectively. So, I mean, this idea that you're going to now contain or roll back Chinese power is frankly a non-starter in those major capitals. So, I think what India should be looking at is how do you craft a policy towards China where interdependence is a reality today? And then you go out and seek security. So, I think we have sort of been catching up on frankly, a framework that I think the US, look at Japan, for example, look at Europe. I mean, none of the European leaders bought into Biden's speech at the Munich Security Conference. The French president did not even refer to China in his speech. So you're seeing a more complicated world order, which is a multipolar world order. And where are you going to, that is India going to fit into this, is perhaps the biggest challenge for us.
Yeah. So we've opened up the session to audience questions, and I have a first question from Harbhajan, who's asking, how does the neo-nationalism of the US and the neo-colonization of China affect India? Yogendra, may I ask you to take this, please? And also if you could bring in, perhaps, you've served in Central Asia as ambassador. Can you bring in what the Russian role and how Russia looks at the Indo-Pacific? We know that it has a different understanding of the Indo-Pacific that the rest of the Quad does. So if you can answer this question and bring that in as well.
Well, as far as the neo-nationalism or neo-colonialism is concerned, I think the reality is, of course, quite mixed nowadays because of the fact that you have this rise of nationalism in most countries, and certainly in China, they're trying to capitalize on that. But the Chinese approach basically has been that you try to develop a relationship of dependency and then to use that for application of either first economic pressure, but also geostrategic pressure. The same kind of thing they were trying to do as far as the LSE kind of confrontation is concerned, because they were testing India's ability to push back so that they would shape or influence our foreign policy. Now, as far as Russia is concerned, Russia actually looks at Central Asia as in one way an area of strategic importance, and they're actually very conscious and very, very suspicious of what the Chinese actually are doing there. So there is at the moment a kind of division of functions that Russia overrides the security of Central Asian countries, and the economic development takes place within that security umbrella. But that actually is a very unviable kind of an arrangement, because ultimately where you have an economic relationship, that is where the security comes in. And you find that thing fraying at the end now. So Russia actually is in a real dilemma at the moment, more so because the fact that as you see the instability in Central Asia and Kyrgyzstan, for example, the election that took place of the prime minister and now the president, the general reporting actually is that his election is funded by the Chinese.
Right.
And of course the debt dependency of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan and to a certain extent Kazakhstan. actually is with China, and therefore this kind of thing makes the situation quite unviable. And that's really where you find. As for Russia in Indo-Pacific is concerned, I think the Russians are very suspicious of the Quad, very clearly because of the kind of relationship which developed between them and China. On the Indo-Pacific itself, I think they can be somewhat amenable because the fact, I'm quite sure that Russians also would not want that there would be an imbalance of equilibrium against them in favor of China, either in South China Sea or the East China Sea, because these are of them, their area of strategic importance, and also the Arctic Sea, because that's where the openly hostile the Chinese coming there. So there's kind of scope for our diplomacy and other diplomacy to play.
Thanks, Yogendra. There is another question by Anuradha Rai Chaudhry, who's talking about India's look east and act east policy, and she says that Sushma Swaraj, the former external affairs minister, used to talk a lot about look east and act east. So the question to you, Mr. Shyam Saran, what do you hope? I mean, and this is Anuradha's question. What has the look east and act east policy accomplished? It's been on now for the last 15 or 20 years. And if I could ask you specifically to look at Sri Lanka and as part of your answer, please.
The Act East policy has been a great success until recently, I would say, because if you look at the trajectory
when does recently begin?
Well, recently is as far back as 1992, when Prime Minister Narasimha Rao spoke about a look east policy, reorienting India's foreign policy to its eastern flank. And I think it was very timely that he did that. And since then, if you look at the trajectory of the relationship, it has grown from a sectoral dialogue partner to a full dialogue partner to recently to a strategic partnership between ASEAN countries and India. So, we have politically, if you look at it, we have traversed a fairly ambitious ground. And even in terms of trade and investment, even though perhaps the expectations were not borne out, in terms of the level of trade and investment, there is no doubt that India today is plugged in far more than ever before into this very dynamic economic relationship, which, by the way, also includes.
Can I ask you, Mr. Saran, can I add to Anuradha's question and ask you, there is, people are protesting in Myanmar. Now, India is a very close relationship with Myanmar. We also share a long boundary. How do you think India should look at the people's protest? If we are a democracy, and Yogendra Yadav talks about a Gandhian praxis, how do you look at what's going on there?
If you look at how India has handled these kind of events in the past, there is always a tension between our desire as a democracy to see that democracy flourishes in more and more countries, and particularly in our neighborhood. That was the case if you take our policy with respect to Nepal, for example. With respect to Myanmar, I would say, and that's partly my experience as ambassador in Myanmar, that we had to make a very careful balancing between what were very important, security interests we had, and our preference for a more democratic political dispensation in Myanmar. And I have no hesitation in saying that at a certain point of time, the security aspect was perhaps more salient than the democracy aspect. And with regard to the current situation in Myanmar, I would say the situation has not changed very much. The good news is that we have maintained fairly good relationship with the Myanmar military, even as we have tried to assist in the democratization process in Myanmar, maintained very close relations with the National League of Democracy. So in a sense, should you choose to play a role, you are actually in very well positioned to do so, because you do have very good relationship with both sides of the equation. Whether we will or not, I am not very sure, but you would have noticed that we have not called the a military takeover a coup so far. We have said recent developments in Myanmar. We have not used that word.
Right.
So maybe there is a certain wiggle room that we have. And I think you will see that this is very much also the approach of most of the Southeast Asian countries. So hopefully going forward, this will be something which does not in a way adversely impact our Act East policy. Lastly, I would just like to point out that while I spoke about a very deepening of the relationship with ASEAN, recently, there has been, to my mind, a setback because we decided not to go ahead with the RCEP. That economic pillar of the relationship has weakened somewhat, and we will have to find other ways of continuing to give momentum to the Act East policy.
Right. So there's one more question. We're almost out of time, but I do have time for one more question. Parush is asking that Parush is saying that China's continuous intrusion is quite worrying, and he's talking about the intrusion across the line of actual control. And Zorawar, this question is to you. Do you think that our neighboring countries, meaning India's neighbors, are helping China being part of its ring fence? He puts that within quotes, but I think he's wondering whether these intrusions that China has across the LAC into India and how China's relationship with its neighbors pan out, especially when India believes that its neighborhood is its own sphere of influence.
Mm-hmm. I don't think any of the other neighbors, the smaller neighbors, are particularly interested in a conflict between India and China, and neither are they enabling it in a sense. And they actually fear a heightening of tension between India and China reduces their room for maneuverability and play this so-called non-alignment, the way we used to play in years back. So they would like stability and sort of work or play off Delhi and Beijing when it suits them. But I don't think they have any role to play in this is China and India pursuing their security interests in the absence of an unresolved dispute for 70 years. So I think until we sort of find some sort of a settlement on that, and short of that, restore some of those very thoughtful confidence building measures that were placed in the 1990s and 2000s. So I think there's a huge task left for both leaderships to restore a sense of stability back on the frontiers. And I don't foresee being completely pessimistic. I think there's scope for room to sort of work towards this if there's that political will on both sides.
Okay. High Commissioner O'Farrell, you have a couple of questions addressed to you. The first is by Aparajita. She's asking about the Australia's-China relationship and specifically in terms of China's military rise. And now also with the onset of the pandemic, how does Australia look at that?
Well, Australia makes no bones about its concerns about some of the strategic pressures, for instance, in the South China Sea, and we continue to do two things, which is exercise our rights of navigation, but secondly, continue to call for these issues to be resolved according to international law, in that case through the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Part of the closeness between Australia and India is a shared vision for the Indo-Pacific, a vision that seeks to deliver security, openness, sovereignty based on the rule of law to nations across the region, because that's ultimately what both our Prime Ministers said mid-year is our shared sacred duty. And so we've never traded our views in relation to strategic issues for any trade advantage.
Right. Now, Dhimant has a related question, and he's talking about China building ports, outside, sort of elsewhere in Asia and also in Africa. But I have, and I'd like to also, if you could conclude with picking up on what Ambassador Shyam Saran said, where he talked about the RCEP and how India's refusal to join the RCEP, Australia, of course, is a key member of the RCEP, has led to some sort of differences between India and this part of the world, including Australia, and how you look at that.
Well, we respect India's decision because, as I've said a couple of times, governments, countries will make decisions according to their national interest. We made no bones in the lead up to RCEP that we'd like India to sign up. They continue to be able to attend meetings and access meetings, but that's a decision that India will take. I don't think it has set back India's reputation with the rest of the Indo-Pacific, because as I go about my work here, advancing Australia's trade, economic and investment interests in India, I see many of my ASEAN colleagues and others from across the region doing precisely the same thing. So India's attractiveness, India's growth, India's potential to be an even bigger global manufacturing centre will override any concerns about whether it signs up to an agreement or not.
Okay, I think we've come to the end of our session this morning. Thank you all, gentlemen. Australian High Commissioner Barry O'Farrell, Zorawar Daulet Singh, Yogendra Kumar, and former Foreign Secretary Shyam Saran. Thank you so much for this wonderful interaction. And back to you, Sanjoy.
Thank you, Yogendra Kumar. Thank you, Barry, Shyam Saran, Zorawar Daulet Singh, and Jyoti Malhotra. What an insightful session, especially keeping in mind the ongoing geopolitics issues with China, Australia, and of course, India. We'd like to thank the Business Standard for supporting the session and our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you for all watching and being such a great audience. Remember to stay logged on. You can go on and watch episodes at the Darbar Hall as well. Remember to visit Amazon online and book your books. And of course, Earth Fables, our wonderful artisans platform. Do remember, if you can, to support us at Teamwork Arts to continue to bring you news and information and knowledge from across the world. Till then, stay safe and stay masked. Tweet using the hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and at Jaipur Literature Festival. The festival is protected by Dettol.
Greetings, I'm Stephen Alter, and I'm going to be reading from my latest novel, Feral Dreams, Mowgli and His Mothers. My earliest memories are suppressed beneath the stories I was later told, as well as my own retelling of those events. In this way, most of my childhood recollections have been painted over like multiple coats of varnish covering the old doors and window frames of the bungalow in Shakarganj, brushed on so thickly that the underlying grain and texture of the wood itself has been obscured. Yet there are still a few moments that I can recall with perfect clarity, such as a wintry afternoon, which I later calculated must have been during January 1964, when Miss Cranston explained that she had adopted me as her son. We were in the daftar, as she called it, a large study at the back of the bungalow, where the Miss Saab had her desk and filing cabinets. The walls were lined with bookcases full of hardbound volumes, as well as paperbacks, neatly arranged according to author and subject. Miss Cranston had labeled each of the shelves in her whiskery handwriting. A strong medicinal odor permeated the daftar, for the books were dusted with insecticide to protect them from silverfish and worms. Nobody was allowed to touch them, except for Miss Cranston, who would always lock the cases after choosing something to read. On the day that I learned of my adoption, Miss Cranston had read me a story from one of her books, then asked me what I had understood and if I had any questions. I don't remember which story it was, but afterwards she took me into the daftar and sat me down in front of her typewriter, showing me the letters of the alphabet on the black and white keys. It was a large upright Remington, a dusty green color trimmed with chrome and steel. Though I knew my ABCs, the letters on the typewriter were all mixed up. Leaning over me, Miss Cranston took a blank sheet of paper and rolled it into place. The typewriter made clicking sounds and had so many levers and buttons I was afraid to touch it. But the Miss Saab showed me how to press the keys and make the tiny metal arms reach up and tap the page.
It seemed as if this mechanical creature was alive, and I half expected the typewriter to crawl away on its own across the desk. "Now, Mowgli, watch this," the Miss Sub said, placing her long white fingers on the keys the way Mr. Samuel played the harmonium during chapel. As I sat there, she suddenly moved her fingers quickly and firmly while the stem-like arms of the typewriter rattled. The scroll of paper began to move from right to left as words appeared on its blank surface. "Can you read what I've typed?" she asked. I leaned forward and peered at the letters D-A-N-I-E-L. My name was followed by several other words I couldn't make out. "It says Daniel is a smart boy," the Miss Sub explained. After sliding the carriage return lever to one side, she took my hand in hers. Placing my index finger on one of the keys, she pressed it down hard so that the arm snapped up. After that, the Miss Sub moved my finger, touching different keys and typing 5 more letters. "Now see what you've written," she exclaimed with a smile. M-O-W-G-L-I. I read out each of the letters, but didn't know what sound they made together. Stepping back and looking at me with approval, the Miss Sub pronounced my secret name, Mowgli. Thank you.
Festival like this is a beautiful indication of the kind of thing that I truly, truly believe in, and I think makes our society more whole and more pure.
We do not take it for granted that Boulder was chosen as the first North American satellite festival. It's a huge honor we will not forget, and we are enriched because of it. We are indebted to both the local and international people that came together to make that happen, and we hope it's a tradition that continues for decades to come.
Literary festivals like this one build up an environment and an ecosystem to nurture readers and to promote the business of books. They provide an invaluable forum for writers to connect with other creative people.
We sit there peering into those electronic grids in front of our eyes, and it only increases the desire to see the real thing in the flesh. To actually hear an author speak firsthand, to read from their work, to hear the tones of their voice modulate as they read their most treasured passages of prose.
For us, it's special. This was our mothership, and it continues to be. The other editions that we have across the United States are smaller versions, different programming, but smaller versions.
We hope you're enjoying the festival. Don't forget to buy your favorite books from Amazon.in.
ओहम सोहम बाजे रे बाजे त्रिकुट शब्द निशानी पिंगला रे पिंगला हसुक मन जोवे जोवे रे जोवे जोवे रे जोवे श्वेत ध्वजा फहरानी गगन मा आवाज होवे जीना 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 कहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधु साधु रे साधु साधु रे साधु अगम निगम की बानी गगन मा आवाज होवे जीना 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 कोई सुनता है गुरु ज्ञानी गगन मा आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे
Our podcast partner for this session is Launchora.
दुनिया की भूल भुलैया में हर कोई बिजी है, पर टेंशन क्या लेनी है भाई, चिल करना इजी है। दुनिया की भूल भुलैया में हर कोई बिजी है, पर टेंशन क्या लेनी है भाई, चिल करना इजी है। जब दिल है तो ट्रैफिक में फंसकर भी अच्छा लगता है, मीटिंग में बॉस का जहरीला लेक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है, आधा टेढ़ा दुनिया का ये स्ट्रक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है। थोड़ा नॉइस कर लो साइड, अच्छी धुन पे कर लो राइड, अपने कान कर लो वाइड, आज कुछ अच्छा 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 आज कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम। चलो कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम। अच्छा 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 94.3 माय एफएम। आज कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम। चलो कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं।
To all storytellers and story lovers, my name is Laksh Datta. I host and produce the Jaipur Bites podcast, where you can hear many of the amazing sessions from the Jaipur Literature Festival. I also produce a few other podcasts, as you can see right here. English, Hindi, fiction, non-fiction. If you see something you like, maybe you can take a screenshot of this right now. I'll give you a second. And tune in later. Find them on your favorite podcast app.
Welcome back to the front lawn of the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival, protected by Dettol. This session is supported by radio partner My FM. It is our pleasure to present the Chipko movement, a people's history. Shekhar Pathak, Ramachandra Guha and Manisha Chaudhry in conversation with Mukul Sharma. The Himalayan forests determine the well-being of India's northern plains. Scholar, traveller and activist Shekhar Pathak's important book, The Chipko Movement, A People's History, has been rendered in English by translator and publisher Manisha Chaudhry. It tells the story of how local communities in Kumaon and Garhwal, especially the women, resisted forest felling by loggers. Relying on extensive research and primary sources, it documents the antecedents, the inspiration and the impact of this transformative movement in its grassroots context. Edited and with an introduction by historian and public intellectual Ramachandra Guha, the narrative also bears witness to the deep friendship and understanding between Pathak and Guha, two men who share so little and so much. In a deep and insightful discussion, they speak with writer and academic Mukul Sharma about the book and its backstories. Shekhar Pathak is a Himalayan traveller and historian. He has published a number of books, research papers and popular articles, as well as edited 20 volumes of Pahar. His recent work includes Chipko Movement, A People's History, based on his Hindi book Hari Bhari Umeed. Ramachandra Guha is a historian and biographer based in Bengaluru. He has taught universities of Yale and Stanford, held the Arnanais Chair at the University of Oslo, and served as the Philip Roman Professor of History and International Affairs at the London School of Economics and as the Satish Dhawan Visiting Professor at the Indian Institute of Science. Guha's books include a pioneering environmental history, The Unquiet Woods, and an award-winning social history of cricket, A Corner of a Foreign Field, which was chosen by The Guardian as one of the 10 best books on cricket ever written. India After Gandhi was chosen as a book of the year by The Economist, The Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, The San Francisco Chronicle, Time Out and Outlook, and as a book of the decade in The Times of India, The Times of London, and The Hindu. Guha's most recent book is a 2-volume biography of Mahatma Gandhi. His books and essays have been translated into more than 20 languages. The New York Times has referred to him as perhaps the best among India's non-fiction writers, while Time has called him Indian democracy's preeminent chronicler. Guha's awards include the Leopold Hiddy Prize of the American Society of Environmental History, the Daily Telegraph Cricket Society Prize, Excellence in Social Science Research, the Ramnath Goenka Prize for Excellence in Journalism, the Sahitya Academy, and the R.K. Narayan Prize. In 2009, he was awarded the Padma Bhushan, the Republic of India's third highest civilian honor. In 2008 and again in 2013, Prospect magazine nominated him as one of the world's most influential intellectuals. Manisha Chaudhry is an editor, translator, and writer fluent in Hindi and English. Manisha runs her own not-for-profit publishing house, Manan Books, with a strong focus on equity in education, publishing, multilinguality for children and teachers. Mukul Sharma is a Delhi-based scholar, writer, and development professional, specializing in environment, social, human rights, and media. He's Professor Environmental Studies at Ashoka University. He's presently working on Dalit ecologies and religion, sacrality, and environmental politics. Please do remember to comment by typing it in the comment section. We now present the Chipko movement, A People's History. Shekhar, Pathak, Ramachandra Guha, and Manisha Chaudhry in conversation with Mukul Sharma.
A small disclaimer that I know Shekhar Pathak, but don't remember since how long I have been knowing him. दिनमान के लेखन के दिनों से या पहाड़ की शुरुआत के समय के संपादक के बतौर या नशा विरोधी आंदोलन के कार्यकर्ता के दिनों से एक लंबा सफर या हम सफर. So I would not like to preempt the speakers and the following discussion. However, very few quick points just to begin the discussion. It's a great book on a great movement. In fact, not a movement, but a series, in fact, more than a century of movements that gave shape to Chipko. The course of these movements, for me, became like a sagar, एक सतत बहती हुई नदी, within which numerous people, initiatives, ideologies share their lives, their diversity and differences with each other. So how do you write a history of such movements? What you do and you don't do as a historian and as a writer. And when you say people's history, what all does this entail beyond academic rhetoricism? ये किताब इसकी एक अनूठी अद्भुत मिसाल है. We know Chipko has been written and projected widely by different sets of people in all these decades. Chipko, इसकी कर्मभूमि, इसके लोग, इसका क्षेत्र, इसका राज्य, all have changed significantly with so much of scholarship and publication already. Good, bad, and ugly, massive changes in society, polity, and economy. When there is so much to blur your eyes and visions, it's a huge challenge to be comprehensive, distinct, different, focused, and in an end, come out with a very sarthak, जीवंत और संवादपूर्ण लेखन. So I'm extremely happy with this publication of Shekhar Bhai, but I'm not surprised. After all, what I or we know of him, he is the one who truly believes in कि क्या जुल्मतों के दौर में भी गीत गाए जाएंगे, हाँ जुल्मतों के दौर के ही गीत गाए जाएंगे. तो शेखर भाई, आपसे अनुरोध है कि आप अपनी हरी भरी उम्मीद चिपको मूवमेंट पीपल्स हिस्ट्री के बारे में अपनी बात बता के हम इस बातचीत की शुरुआत करें.
मुकुल, राम और मनीषा और हमारे जयपुर लिटरेरी फेस्टिवल की पूरी टीम के मेंबर, मैं आप सबसे पहले आप सबको सलाम करता हूँ. मैं तो लेखक था तो मुझे ही अपनी किताब पर बोलना पड़ रहा है, ये बड़ा दुख का तलब है. आप लोग मुझे बताते कि क्या उसमें कमजोरियां रह गई हैं, क्या ठीक किया जाना है, तो शायद मेरे लिए रास्ता बनता. अब पहले लिखो फिर बोलो, कितनी मुश्किल मेरे लिए है. खैर, अब जब फंस गए हैं तो बोलना तो है. बहुत पहले की बात है, तकरीबन मेरे ख्याल में अब करीबन 30-35 साल पहले की बात होगी. मैं उन दिनों कुली बेगार आंदोलन पर काम कर रहा था और उसी दौर में राम जो है वो जंगल सत्याग्रह से लेके चिपको आंदोलन तक का काम कर रहे थे. तो उस समय काम करते करते राम को भी लगा और मुझे भी लगा कि जिस इलाके के आंदोलन का हम अध्ययन कर रहे हैं उस इलाके में मतलब देयर हैव बीन ए सीरीज ऑफ सोशल प्रोटेस्ट ड्यूरिंग कॉलोनियल पीरियड एज वेल एज आफ्टर इंडिपेंडेंस. और जितने भी कुछ हो सका, जैसे कि उत्तराखंड में और जगह भी, वह जन आंदोलनों के कारण हुआ. जैसे डोलापाल की आंदोलन, जैसे कुली बेगार की प्रथा उठी तो आंदोलन के कारण, जंगलात के हक मिले तो आंदोलन के कारण 20s में, दलितों को डोली में या घोड़े में अपने दूल्हे दुल्हन को बिठाने का हक मिला तो आंदोलन के कारण, सड़क बनी तो आंदोलन के कारण, मंदिर में प्रवेश हुआ तो आंदोलन के कारण, और आज़ादी के बाद नशा रोकने की कोशिश हुई तो आंदोलन के कारण, विश्वविद्यालय बने तो आंदोलन के कारण, गढ़वाल कमिश्नरी बनी तो आंदोलन के कारण. और तो और एक हमारी सड़क का नाम ही भूख हड़ताल रोड है और उसमें जो गाड़ी चलती है जो चिपको के 2 इलाकों को जोड़ती है, केदारनाथ से बद्रीनाथ तक वो जाती है, उस गाड़ी का नाम ही भूख हड़ताल एक्सप्रेस है, क्योंकि उसको भूख हड़ताल के बाद अर्जित किया गया. फिर बनते 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 जब अंत में पहुंचते हैं तो लास्ट डिकेड में 20वीं शताब्दी के जो राज्य के लिए आंदोलन चला वो एक तरीके से 20वीं शताब्दी के तमाम जन आंदोलनों का कल्मिनेशन उसके जरिए. तो मुकुल जैसा कह रहे थे कि एक जन आंदोलनों की शताब्दी रही है यहाँ, और कोई हमारी या उत्तराखंड की बपौती जन आंदोलनों की नहीं है. पूरे देश में भी और दुनिया में भी जन आंदोलनों के जरिए ही लोगों ने पुरानी सत्ताओं को निकाला और नई सत्ताओं को तमीज दी और जनतंत्र को भी जरा खुशबूदार, जरा ठीक ठाक बनाए रखने में. अभी जैसे हमारे बिल्कुल एन दिल्ली के अगल बगल किसानों का इतना बड़ा आंदोलन हो रहा है, तो ये भी एक जन आंदोलन है. अगर हमारे नियंता जरा सीखते हैं तमीज इससे तो जन आंदोलन इस तरीके का ताप देते रहते हैं. अब जहाँ तक वन आंदोलन की बात है तो वन आंदोलन का एक बड़ा हिस्सा पहले के अध्ययनों में आ गया है. गोविंद वल्लभ पंत ने खुद 1922 में उन पर किताब लिखी. राम की जब किताब 89 में आई तो एक तरीके से जो पुराना जंगल सत्याग्रह था उसको चिपको तक विस्तार मिला और लोगों को पता चला कि नहीं, चिपको एकाएक नहीं हुआ है, चिपको के साथ एक पुरानी निरंतरता, एक पुरानी कंटिन्यूटी का पार्ट एक तरीके से वो है. और उससे ये भी सिद्ध हुआ कि कॉलोनियल रूलर्स और हमारे अपने रूलर्स के बीच में जंगलों को लेके कोई बहुत बड़ी दृष्टि में कोई बहुत बड़ा फर्क नहीं था. और वैसे भी हम 1927 का ही वन एक्ट अभी तक खेल रहे हैं या ठो रहे हैं कह सकते हैं. तो मैंने इस बहुत सारी किताबें भी इस बीच आई. कुछ में एक मेरी क्षमता शायद ऐसी नहीं थी कि मैं चिपको आंदोलन पर इस तरीके का काम कर पाता, लेकिन राम ने एक गड़बड़ी उस जमाने में 89 में अपनी किताब में कर दी. अपनी किताब के अनक्वाइड रूट्स के फुटनोट में कहीं घोषित कर दिया कि मैं एक किताब लिखने वाला हूँ. मेरा सपना तो था लेकिन मैं लिखने वाला हूँ इस तरीके का मैं लगता मुझे नहीं था. और मेरे लिए एक बड़ी मुश्किल ये थी कि चिपको आंदोलन में हिस्सेदारी करते हुए मेरे लिए उसमें से एक 100% विड्रॉल बड़ा डिफिकल्ट था। उसमें उसने बहुत समय ले लिया और अंततः मैं फिर आगे गया। और कुछ ऐसा भी रहा कि एक जो जनतांत्रिक इंटेलेक्चुअल डंडा शब्द ठीक नहीं रहेगा, राम मेरे ऊपर चलाता रहा और मुझे भूलने नहीं दिया, उस काम से भागने नहीं दिया और अंततः मैं उसको कर सका। और वो भी शिमला जाने के बाद जो है उस काम को आगे बढ़ा। फिर भी बहुत साल निकल गए। फिलहाल ये जो हरी भरी उम्मीद है वो एक तरीके से इस पृथ्वी में जो मनुष्य का जीवन है उसके लिए जो बड़े बुनियादी संसाधन हैं, जैसे कि जमीन, जैसे कि जंगल, जैसे कि पानी, जैसे कि वाइल्डनेस, या जैसे कि बहुत सारे जीव जंतु वगैरह वगैरह, बायोडाइवर्सिटी, ये सब जो आधारभूत संसाधन हैं उनमें जंगल की केंद्रीयता बहुत मायने रखती है। चाहे हमारे देश में रखे, चाहे अमेजन के इलाके में रखे, साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में रखे, इवन रेगिस्तान के इलाकों में रखे, वहां भी एक पेड़ का कितना गहरा और कितने कितने मायने हो सकते हैं। तो जब संसाधनों के बहाने मैंने इसको देखने की कोशिश की कि कैसे आप जब जंगल को ले लेते हैं तो आप खेती पर दखल करते हैं, आप कुटीर उद्योग पर दखल करते हैं, आप पानी की व्यवस्था पर दखल करते हैं, आप जड़ी बूटी नहीं होने देते, आप अपने गीतों को हमारे ठीक ठाक तरीके से गाए जाने का माहौल छीन लेते हैं। और इसी तरीके से बहुत सारी और चीजें जो हमें जंगल से मिलती हैं, चारा, वनस्पतियां और बहुत तरीके की चीजें, रेशा, रंग, रसायन, पता नहीं क्या क्या जंगल से मिलता है। और अभी जो बताया गया है कि जंगल की केंद्रीयता खास तरीके से ये क्लाइमेट चेंज के जमाने में क्लोरोफ्लोरोकार्बन्स को नियंत्रित करने के कारण और सबसे ज्यादा कार्बन सिंक के जगह के रूप में जंगलों के मायने और जंगलों का मर्म जो है वो बिल्कुल अलग तरीके से बढ़ता है। इस तरह हमें इस आंदोलन के अध्ययन के बहाने एक तरीके से जंगलात के बहुत सारे आयामों को छूने की कोशिश मैंने उसमें की इस किताब में। बाकी बहुत सारी चीजें तो किताब में कही दी हैं और हम राम और मनीषा और मुकुल कहेंगे तो ज्यादा अच्छा रहेगा। लेकिन मैं एक चीज कह सकता हूं कि मैंने जो एक इतिहास के विद्यार्थी की हैसियत से जो एक स्रोतों की विविधता होती है, जो डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ सोर्स मटेरियल, उसका मैंने बहुत विहंगम इस्तेमाल किया है। जो फोक हिस्टोरिकल मटेरियल है, जो फोकलोर है, जो वर्नाकुलर प्लस है, जो आर्काइविक मटेरियल है वो तो अपनी जगह पर है, जो सेटलमेंट रिपोर्ट्स हैं, जो फॉरेस्ट रिपोर्ट्स हैं, पुराने सारे बहुत सारे अध्ययन, बहुत सारे पुराने जर्नल्स इंक्लूडिंग इंडियन फॉरेस्टर और हमारे देसी भाषाओं के पत्रों से जो मिला, पुराने पत्राचार का बड़ा इस्तेमाल किया, जो काउंसिल की प्रोसीडिंग से, गवर्नर जनरल की काउंसिल की प्रोसीडिंग से लेके हमारे अपने काउंसिल की प्रोसीडिंग्स तक का। लेकिन सबसे इंटरेस्टिंग इस्तेमाल मैंने इंटरव्यूज का किया, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोगों की मैंने 2-2, 3-3 बार इंटरव्यू लिए। जब आप किसी आंदोलन में हिस्सेदारी करते हैं तो हाउ यू लुक एट द मूवमेंट एंड एट योरसेल्फ, और जब आप 20-30 साल बाद मूवमेंट को देखते हैं तो हाउ यू लुक बैक। तो ये जो एक धीमापन आपके जीवन में और आंदोलन के जीवन में जब आता है तो तब आप किस तरीके से रिएक्ट करते हैं। तो चिपको आंदोलन के पार्टिसिपेंट्स और लीडर्स से अलग अलग समयों पर लिए गए इंटरव्यू उस सामाजिक मिजाज के एक्सप्रेशन एक तरीके से होते थे जिस सामाजिक मिजाज का वो रिप्रेजेंटेशन कर रहे होते थे, सरकार से लड़ रहे होते थे अपनी डिमांड्स के कारण। उन पर तरह तरह के, जैसे हमारे अभी किसानों पर आरोप लग रहे थे, चिपको आंदोलन पर भी आरोप लगाए जाते। इवन चंडी प्रसाद भट्ट जैसे गांधीयन को, सर्वोदयी को, वैष्णव को उग्रवादी आंदोलन से जोड़ने का जोखिम किया गया और उनके बहुत सहोदरों ने इस तरीके का किया जो सर्वोदय से जुड़े हुए लोग। तो इसलिए जो इंटरव्यूज थे अलग अलग समयों पर दिए गए, उनका भी मैंने एक बहुत जिसको कहेंगे कि बेहतर उपयोग करने की कोशिश की। फिर कुछ दुर्लभ पत्राचार जो आपस में था, जैसे कि सरला बहन का, जैसे कि सुंदरलाल बहुगुणा, चंडी प्रसाद भट्ट, थूम सिंह नेगी, शमशेर बिष्ट, राजीव लोचन शाह से लेके और बहुत सारे लोगों का, इवन MS स्वामीनाथन और हमारे क्या बोलते माधव गाडगिल से लेके अनिल अग्रवाल और आपके अनुपम मिश्र, इनके जो पत्राचार थे उनसे भी बहुत सारे लेयर्स उस समय की मनस्थिति का हमारे सामने एक तरीके से आता था। तो उसको भी मैंने रखने की कोशिश की। किताब के अंत तक जाते जाते मैं ये भी कहने में झिझका नहीं कि इतनी बड़ी चेतना के बाद, इतने बड़े रोल को अदा करने के बाद चिपको आंदोलन अभी भी जो वनों का प्रश्न है उसका निदान नहीं कर सका। अभी भी जो वन है वो वनवासी के नहीं हुए हैं, वो उन लोगों के नहीं हुए हैं जिनके की वो हुआ करते हैं। आज भी जंगलों पर व्यवस्था बैठी हुई है, सरकार बैठी हुई है, कॉरपोरेट बैठे हुए हैं। तो यहाँ पर मैं अंत में रुक गया हूँ। तो ये एक उस किताब का लब्बो-लुबाब है, लेकिन ये अलग से कोई आंदोलन नहीं है जो जिसको दाएं बाएं नहीं जोड़ा जा सके। ये उस 20वीं शताब्दी के जन आंदोलनों की निरंतरता का एक बहुत बड़ा एक्सप्रेशन था, जो ये भी संकेत देता था कि कॉलोनियल रूलर्स ने जिस तरीके से जंगल के मामले को लिया, उसको हल न करने की कोशिश की, और वो अंत में बहुत बड़े उग्र आंदोलन के रूप में रूपांतरित, नॉन वायलेंट बट बहुत एग्रेसिव आंदोलन के रूप में रूपांतरित हुआ। उससे कोई समझ हमारे आज़ादी के आंदोलन, आज़ादी की बात के नियंताओं ने उससे नहीं ली। ये भी मैंने उसमें बताने की कोशिश की। एक और मजेदार बात मैंने उसमें कहने की कोशिश की है कि 1919-20 के जंगल सत्याग्रह के बाद 3000 वर्ग मील जंगल हमारे समाज को लौटा दिया गया। जो पुरानी लठ पंचायतें थी वो वन पंचायतों के रूप में रीइन्वेंट हुई। लेकिन इस 1980 के आंदोलन के बाद की भी बड़ी उपलब्धियां रही, जैसे कि फॉरेस्ट एक्ट, कंजर्वेशन एक्ट 1980 आया, जो 1927 के फॉरेस्ट एक्ट में सबसे बड़ा और सबसे महत्वपूर्ण एक तरीके से संशोधन था। इसी तरीके से 1000 मीटर से ऊपर ग्रीन फेलिंग रुक गई। इसी तरीके से जो 30-30, 40-40 साल के लिए स्टार पेपर मिल्स और बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज को जंगल लीज पर दिए गए थे, वो उसको एक तरीके से स्थगित कर दिया गया उस लीज। ये सब उपलब्धियां थी, लेकिन जो आज भी जो जनता के, वनवासी के अधिकार जंगल में होने चाहिए, वो अधिकार उसको वापस नहीं मिले। मैं यहाँ पर रुक जाता हूँ।
धन्यवाद शेखर भाई। Now I would like to go to Professor Ramachandra Guha. As said, he has written an introduction to the book, and also he has contributed immensely to the making of this book. So over to you, Professor Ram.
Thank you, Mukul. In his remarks, Shekhar pointed out that Chipko is part of a very long and rich history of popular struggles in the Himalaya. Among the most important social movements in Uttarakhand were the Begar abolition movement of the 1910s and 20s, which was the subject of Shekhar's first book. Then in the 30s and 40s, you have large-scale participation in the freedom struggle, particularly the 42 movement, where one of the most active parts of the 42 movement was a party called SALT. So there was a salt satyagraha of 1930 which Gandhi led, and there was a salt satyagraha which peasants of Kumar led in the 1940s. After independence, you've had the Sharabandi Andolan, again a subject of a wonderful pamphlet by Shekhar in the 1980s called Nasha Ek Shadyantra Hai. Then you had anti-dam movements such as the anti-Terry dam movement. You had the statehood movement, the popular struggle leading to the creation of Uttarakhand. So Chipko is part of a very large panoply of social movements in Uttarakhand, but outside Uttarakhand it's the most famous. It's not even the only forest protest movement in Uttarakhand. I mean, protests against state encroachment on forests date to the late 19th century in Terry Garhwal, British Garhwal and British Kumar. But Chipko is celebrated all over the world because Chipko inaugurated the birth of what is called the environmentalism of the poor. Before Chipko, it was commonly believed that environmental protection, conservation, sustainability was a concern of rich people. You first developed and polluted and then you cleaned up. But what Chipko demonstrated was that environmental sustainability, wise use of nature, was even more important in poorer countries with densely populated countries with deep dependence on natural resources for sustenance. So well before climate change, the early 1970s, Chipko brought the question of sustainability center stage in India and across the world. Chipko inspired forest protest movements in every continent. That's why it was so celebrated, and that's why it was so misunderstood and misrepresented. You know, a price of fame is everyone wants to jump on the bandwagon and make of that what they want. So the great importance of Shekhar's book, apart from the deep research, the profound insights, is that it sets the record straight on many, many aspects of the Chipko movement. I mean, it's also a debunking of many myths that have accrued around the movement, its leadership, its origins, and so on. So it's a fundamental contribution to the history of Uttarakhand, to the history of environmentalism, and to the history of contemporary India. And I really, really hope that it is widely read in English, as indeed it has already been widely read in the Hindi edition. Hari Bhari Umeed. I'm deeply grateful to, I won't thank Shekhar because, as he said, I nagged and pestered him to write the book. He is a brother to me, and you do not thank your brothers. But I will thank Manisha for doing this wonderful translation, which I have shortened somewhat because I felt that the English reader, the rich detail is in the Hindi edition. I'm deeply grateful to Manisha for taking on this selfless work of translation, because translation is a work of self-effacement. If you abandon your ego and your career, set it aside to promote the ego and the career of somebody else. That translation is a work of selflessness and self-effacement, and I'm deeply grateful to Manisha for doing this. I'll just say one last thing. Those who follow translation studies in India will know that in the last 10 or 15 years, there's been a flourishing of translations from the Indian languages into English, but particularly of novels. From Bangla, from Kannada, from Tamil, from Urdu, from Malayalam, from Marathi, from all the languages of our republic, the finest literature is appearing in translation. But non-fiction and serious history is much less represented in the world of translation. They are surely first-rate works of historical and sociological scholarship being written in Marathi and Bangla and Kannada and Urdu, but we see them in English much more rarely than we see works of English translation. If I was to compare Shekhar's book, the importance of Shekhar's book, in my mind, I stand open to correction. There's only one other book in English, originally written in Kannada, that has that kind of quality. And these are the 2 volumes of D.R. Nagarajan's essays, Flaming Feet and Listening to the Loom, both also published by Permanent Black, that were edited and rendered into English by the historian Prithvi Datta Chandra Shobi. And I'm hoping that what Shekhar's book will do in part is, of course, draw attention to his amazing scholarship, to inform and deepen our understanding of the Chipko movement, of environmentalism, of Uttarakhand, of popular protest, but will also encourage younger scholars who write in English but no other languages to bring the rich scholarship in our Indian languages to a wider public, in the same way as novels, stories, and poems in our Indian languages have been brought to a wider public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram Guha. Over to you, Manisha. You have done the translation from Hindi to English. So please.
So first of all, I'd like to begin by saying that translating Shekhar Das' book was almost as exciting as translating a novel, because of the sort of quality of multiple strands of things being woven together into such a rich tapestry. Was a privilege to do, absolutely. And it was really my way of connecting with Uttarakhand again, where I grew up in many parts of my growing up years. And it was like getting a ringside view of something that I had lived in my early years, and understanding the things that I may have heard as a young person growing up in the mountains, but not fully understood. But then when you actually saw how Shekhar Da looked at this whole history of struggles in Uttarakhand, and because of my whole engagement with feminism and understanding how women are central to so many of these movements for social change, as well as for movements which have an ecological basis, because they are the primary bearers of the problems that arise when there is an ecological imbalance in wherever they are located. So the very fact that he has foregrounded the contribution of the women in the movement in such a wonderful way. The very fact that he's kind of written a history which is, it's like an example of how you should really write a history by using multiple sources. I mean, it's like if you wanted to understand how to use oral narratives, if you want to understand how to draw insight out of interviews, if you want to understand how to use multiple sources to create a variegated picture which is as representative of how it must have felt to be part of that movement. Shekhar Das' book is a sort of living example of that. He's been like observer, participant, chronicler, historian, scholar. He's so many things all woven into one, and with the passion that he brings to everything. So, I mean, I really enjoyed it. It really put me in a different kind of mind space as when I translate creative writing, because I think you have to be very transparent when you're doing nonfiction. I try to do as transparent a translation as possible, where your rigor has to be of a different quality altogether. I mean, in a novel, you can do your interpretations and you can do, a little bit of idhar-udhar. But Shekhar Da की आवाज में इतना गुरुत्व है, इतना भार है कि आप सोच भी नहीं सकते कि जो उन्होंने कहा है आप उसको जितना केयरफुली कैप्चर कर पाए, वही मेरी कोशिश थी इस ट्रांसलेशन में. उसके बाद it is the job of the editor, it's the job of the publisher to make it more, ready for the English-speaking public. But as a translator, my business was to really try and capture his voice. And I really say voice in non-fiction, with the full understanding that I'm making a statement. जैसे एक novelist की voice होती है, उसी तरह से जब शेखर दा ने oral history का जिस तरह से इस्तेमाल किया है और जिस तरह से participant, observer और scholar होने का फर्ज निभाया है, उसमें जो उनकी voice की जो quality है, वो अगर मैं कहीं भी ला पाई हूँ, तो बस that is my privilege. That I'm honored to have been a part of a project like this. Really.
शेखर पाठक जी, मनीषा के लिए किताब में जो महिलाओं की उल्लेखनीय भागीदारी है वो काफी मायने रखती है. राम गुहा के लिए जो environmentalism of the poor का जो मसला है, जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का मसला है, जो हिस्ट्री ऑफ उत्तराखंड, हिस्ट्री ऑफ environmentalism, हिस्ट्री ऑफ कंटेम्प्रेरी इंडिया, इन तमाम चीज़ों का जो मसला है आपकी किताब के जरिए वो काफ़ी उभर के आता है. आपने अपनी बात में जंगल की केंद्रीयता, स्रोतों की विविधता, कई बातें सामने रखी. तो यदि आपसे सार संक्षेप में ये आग्रह किया जाए कि ये जो हरी भरी उम्मीद है, उसकी 2-3 कुछ खास उल्लेखनीय बातों का आप जिक्र करना चाहेंगे. क्या ये विविधता है, क्या ये महिला और युवा है, क्या ये environmentalism of the poor है, तो उन 2-3 चीजों को आप सारगर्भित तरीके से कैसे रखना चाहेंगे?
मैं इससे पहले कि मैं भूल जाऊं, मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि मनीषा चौधरी ने बहुत मेहनत इस पे की, और मुझे लगता है कि जो किताब का जो मूल स्वर है या सुर है, उसको बहुत अच्छी तरीके से उन्होंने पकड़ा. और राम क्योंकि पहले से इसमें पूरे इन्वॉल्व थे, तो उन्होंने जिस तरीके से उसको पॉलिश किया और जिस तरीके से उसको निखारा, तो उससे फिर और उसमें बेहतरी आ गई. जो बचा खुचा था वो रुकुन ने अपने प्रकाशक एडिटर की हैसियत से उसने भी अपना रोल अदा किया, और बहुत बार एक छोटी छोटी क्वेरी, क्योंकि राम के हाथ से जब रुकुन के हाथ में आया तो रुकुन ने उसके बाद भी सवाल पूछने बंद नहीं किए और बार बार पूछा कि ये क्या है, ये क्या है, ये क्या है. इवन एक वेजिटेशन का मैप उसने अंतिम समय में बनवाया. तो ये सबके प्रति तो मैं आभार व्यक्त कर चुका हूँ. और मनीषा ने जो रुचि ली वो अपने आप में एक बड़ी बात है जो वो पकड़ा. अब इस किताब में जो बहुत सारी बातें आई, जैसे जो राम ने जो एनवायरमेंटलिज्म ऑफ पुअर वाला कहा, वो एक बड़ा मेजर एस्पेक्ट है, क्योंकि 20s में भी वो वही था और 70s में भी वो 50 साल बाद जब चिपको आंदोलन के रूप में आंदोलन आया तब भी वो केंद्रीय इशू उसका रहा. मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य हो रहा था कि 1920-21 में शक्ति के एक एडिटोरियल्स और 1978 में चिपको आंदोलन में वहाँ टिहरी में उठे जो स्लोगन थे, क्या है जंगल के उपकार, उनमें बहुत सिमिलरिटी थी। एक एडिटोरियल में वही बातें सन 1921 में बाकायदा कही गई। तो एक समाज हिस्ट्री के अलग अलग टर्न पर कैसे एक सी भाषा बोलता है, वो इस बात का संकेत है कि आपकी वो दिक्कतें एक जैसी बनी हुई हैं। आपके कॉलोनियल रूलर चले गए हैं, आपके अपने रूलर आ गए हैं, बल्कि हमारे संदर्भ में तो ये भी हुआ कि वन इश्यू पर सबसे बड़ी किताब 1922 में लिखने वाले गोविंद पंत हमारे चीफ मिनिस्टर बने, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी वनों की तरफ वो उस तरीके का ध्यान नहीं दे सकते। और आज़ाद भारत में वनवासी, जनजातियाँ, दलित, ये ठीक है कि रिजर्वेशन अपनी जगह पर हुआ, लेकिन ये कहीं भी केंद्र में नहीं आ पाए, ये किनारों में ही बने रहे और तब से आज तक किनारों में ही बने हुए हैं। इस किताब में जो महिलाओं के बारे में कहा गया है उसमें ऐसा सिलेक्शन नहीं हुआ है कि आप एक गौरा देवी का नाम या एक टिहरी की किसी एक माँ का नाम ले रहे हैं, जैसा कि जो इकोफेमिनिज्म पर बोलने वाले लोग, लिखने वाले लोग हैं, उन्होंने किया। दर्जनों महिलाएं हैं, अगर आप इस किताब से गुजरेंगे तो आपको कम से कम 60-70 महिलाएं के ऐसे नाम मिलेंगे और कम से कम 25-30 के तो चेहरे मिल जाएंगे जिन्होंने इस चिपको आंदोलन में अपनी तरीके से योगदान दिया। हम लोग सेलेक्टिव मेमोरी के बीमार देश है, एक तरीके से चुनिंदा चीजों को हम याद करते हैं और सुनते हैं। इसमें जो हिंदी वाले में आपने देखा होगा, अंग्रेजी में गुंजाइश थी 1 लाख शब्दों से आगे जाने की। जो हिंदी में एल्बम है तो उन 70 उसमें आप उन चेहरों को देखेंगे जो आम पहाड़ी के चेहरे हैं, आम माँ या भाई या पिता के चेहरे हैं जिन्होंने चिपको आंदोलन में उस जमाने में कंट्रीब्यूट किया। तो महिलाओं का जो रोल था वह जबरदस्त तरीके से ज्यादा था, और इसी आंदोलन में नहीं और आंदोलनों में भी, क्योंकि वो अपने अनुपस्थित, मतलब दे वर आल्सो फाइटिंग ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ देयर एब्सेंटी सन्स एंड हस्बैंड्स, जो बाहर हैं उनके बिहाफ में भी वो लड़ रहे हैं, चाहे वन आंदोलन में लड़ रहे हो, चाहे पुराना राम की किताब का आपको याद होगा अनक्वाइट वुड में एक जिक्र आता है कि कैसे दुर्गा देवी सबसे पहले गिरफ्तार उसको करने की कोशिश की, क्योंकि जंगल के नियम की पहली अवहेलना 1920-21 में उन्होंने आपके पसानी के बगल में सोमेश्वर की घाटी में की। उनके साथ 2 छोटे बच्चे भी उस जमाने में पकड़े गए। तो इस किताब में महिलाओं का ही नहीं, युवाओं का ही नहीं, बल्कि बच्चों का भी जबरदस्त रोल कैसे चिपको आंदोलन में हुआ वो मैंने बयान किया, और उसको मनीषा ने बखूबी अनुवाद में उसने दिया है कि अगर कोई आंदोलन अपने बच्चों को विह्वल न कर पा रहा हो, जिसको कहेंगे कि मोह न कर पा रहा हो, आंदोलित न कर पा रहा हो, तो इसका मतलब है कि वो आंदोलन आपके समाज के अलग अलग हिस्सों में पेनिट्रेट नहीं कर पा रहे। जैसे अभी आप देख रहे हैं कि किसान आ रहे हैं तो किसानों के बच्चे किस तरीके से काम कर रहे हैं, अपना होमवर्क भी कर रहे हैं, अपनी क्लास भी ले रहे हैं, आदि आदि। तो ये चिपको में जो महिलाओं और युवाओं और बच्चों का विरोध है, ये एक इसका अच्छा रिच पक्ष है। दूसरा जो मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के लोग थे वो किस तरीके से उनको इस आंदोलन ने विवश कर दिया कि दे शुड जॉइन चिपको आंदोलन इवन अगेंस्ट द डिक्टेट्स ऑफ देयर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी। कांग्रेस ने किया, कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी ने ऐसा किया, इसलिए उनके लिए बहुत बार ये मुश्किल होती थी कि वो ओरिजिनल नहीं सोच पाती थी, क्योंकि पार्टी लाइन उनको एक खास तरीके की एक लिमिटेड सोच देती थी। जैसे एक टिहरी के बारे में ये सोच दे दिया कि टिहरी डैम बनेगा तो अनर्थ हो जाएगा, रूपांतरण हो जाएगा, पूरा वो बदल जाएगा। विद्यासागर नौटियाल को इसलिए कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी से निकाल दिया गया था बिकॉज उन्होंने टिहरी डैम के खिलाफ स्टैंड लिया, उसमें टिहरी डैम को रूस वाले हो गए। तो ये दूसरा पक्ष है कि जो सर्वोदय के और वाम के और युवाओं और महिलाओं और बच्चों के अलावा बहुत सारे पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से जुड़े हुए लोग भी थे जो जिसको इस आंदोलन ने पसीजा दिया, और फाइनली वो अपने पार्टी को छोड़ करके अपने लोगों के बीच में, इवन इलेक्टेड एमएलए और एमपी थे जो बहुत संवेदनशील, आज के मुकाबले बहुत ज्यादा संवेदनशील इस आंदोलन के प्रति थे, और बार बार उन्होंने विधानसभाओं में और दिल्ली में। जो तीसरा पक्ष मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, जो इकोलॉजी और इकोनॉमी का जो पक्ष है, जिसको एक जबरन कुछ लोगों ने विवाद में डाल दिया, उनको परस्पर विरोधी बना दिया। मैंने इस किताब में खोजने की कोशिश की है कि वन आंदोलनों के प्रारंभ से लेके आज तक, और इवन वहाँ बिरसा मुंडा के जमाने में आप जाएंगे, जंगल के दावेदार पढ़ेंगे, तो ये हमारी आर्थिकी से उतना ही जुड़ा हुआ है जितनी हमारी इकोलॉजी से जुड़ा हुआ है। हमारी आर्थिकी तभी सस्टेन हो सकती है जब हमारी इकोलॉजी बनी रहेगी, इकोलॉजी सस्टेन हो। ये तथ्य बहुत सरलता से हमारे इस आंदोलन ने पहले भी और बाद में भी प्रकट किया। ये 3-4 पक्ष मैंने इस पे देने की कोशिश की कि कैसे एक पुराने आंदोलनों के जो अंगारे होते हैं रात में छिपे हुए, वह उनकी समस्याओं का निदान न होने के बाद कैसे नए जमाने में फिर वो दहक जाते हैं, कैसे फिर वो आगे बढ़ते हैं, ये लिंक भी मैंने करने की कोशिश की।
Supriya, Shekhar bhai, Ram Guha, I would like to come to you, and then again to Manisha and Shekhar bhai. That Ram, you have mentioned about writing people's history in people's language. It could be Hindi and or Marathi or so. Certainly, and you also said that, and we all think that Shekhar Pathak ki ye kitab, it's a rare work of people's history in people's language. शायद दशकों और सालों में ऐसी कोई किताब प्रकाशित होती हो, जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है. How should we take up this kind of projects in future? And what could be the challenges for writing such people's history?
So, So, Mukul,
Yeah, please.
I would say, I mean, I don't want to restrict it to people's history. Of course, Shekhar's book is about peasants, women, students, children. The great figures of modern Uttarakhand barely figure. So the famous architects, famous mountaineers or politicians like Hemwati Nathan Bhangara and so on don't figure. So, but in our languages, there are also biographies of remarkable political leaders. For example, to give you an example, with due respect, there's a lot of great scholarship on Ambedkar in English, but there's not a single good biography of Ambedkar in English, but they are in Marathi. For example, there are 4 or 5 volume works on Marathi. Some bilingual scholar should take, for example, there's a very well-known 5-volume biography of Ambedkar in Marathi. Or to give another example from Bengal, there are 2 Bengali scholars, one called Mukhopadhyay and one called Pal, who have written multi-volume biographies of Tagore. So surely those need to be available in English, because the aspects of Ambedkar's life that are universal, that don't belong only to Dalits or only to Maharashtrians. But it would require editorial effort, scholarly effort, because the Marathi audience may want to read 2,000 pages of Ambedkar. But for the English audience, maybe 600, 700 would be enough. So my sense is that there could be histories of music, of film. The Tamil film industry, which led to the DMK and had such an important role. Cinema had such an important role in Tamil politics. Surely there are works on the culture and politics of Tamil films in Tamil, but not available in English. So my sense is that it's a very vast and largely untouched landscape compared to the profusions of novels in these languages that are coming out. So we know that is really my plea to younger bilingual or trilingual scholars, that, as Manisha said, translating non-fiction is also an act of creation. So my plea to translators and to scholars is to people the world of translations, populate the world of translations, not only with novels, but also historical works, biographical works, travelogues, critical works. For example, पता नहीं आपने पढ़ा है कि नहीं, योगेंद्र यादव जी ने हाल में एक लेख लिखा कि उनके एक मित्र है अभय डुबे, जिन्होंने हिंदी में एक किताब लिखा है सेकुलरिज्म के कमियों पे, और मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं पढूं उसको अंग्रेजी में, लेकिन मेरे सामने कौन लाएगा मुझे नहीं पता, शायद आप लाएंगे मुकुल.
So thank you, Ram. So Manisha, we are talking about language and your really significant role in translating this book. Shekhar bhai and Ram, they all have. And this book, I read this book in Hindi. कई ऐसी चीजें हैं जो अनुवाद करना असंभव है. हरी भरी उम्मीद, धुंधलाती चमक और सतत कौंध. So what have you your experience? How would you like to share briefly?
When you're mining a rich seam of material, तो आप ये कोशिश नहीं करते हैं कि आप हर एक चीज को उसी तरह से पकड़ पाएंगे जैसे कि ओरिजिनल भाषा में था, क्योंकि वो खाम ख्याली होगी। ऐसा सोचना भी कि मैं हरी भरी उम्मीद या धुंधलाती चमक की सतत कौंध को अंग्रेजी में उस तरह से कह पाऊं। पर मैं एक I'll just take a step back and as a publisher, जो राम ने कहा अभी कि हमारी भाषाओं से जो नॉन फिक्शन अंग्रेजी में या कि और भाषाओं में आना चाहिए वो अभी तक बहुत कम आया है। ये एक तरह से पब्लिशर्स के लिए भी ये त्रासदी है। I think the freshness that we are looking for, मिट्टी की सौंधी खुशबू या पाइन नीडल्स की सौंधी खुशबू हम चाहेंगे अपनी अंग्रेजी या और भाषाओं में महसूस करना, वो अनुवाद के अलावा उसको ला पाना बड़ा मुश्किल है। और क्योंकि मैं बाल साहित्य में बहुत काम करती हूँ तो मेरे को ये बात जो है बहुत शिद्दत से महसूस होती है, ये बात कि हम लोग जो हैं अपने बच्चों को भी जो भाषाओं में बहुत एक नेस्ले का जो बेबी फूड टाइप चीज है ना, वो ही दे पाते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि हम उतना अनुवाद नहीं करते हैं अपनी भाषाओं के बीच में, जिससे कि आपको पूरन पोली और मीठी पूरी के बीच में जो स्वाद का सेतु है उसको हम बना पाए बच्चों के लिए भी। अगर हम वहां से शुरू नहीं करेंगे तो जो राम की उम्मीद है कि वो सेक्युलरिज्म में क्या खामियां हैं उसकी हिंदी की किताब को वो अंग्रेजी में नहीं पढ़ पा रहे हैं, ये कहीं ना कहीं उसी it's part of the same arc of understanding the importance of languages in the whole business of publishing, as well as understanding the importance of the fresh voice. As publishers, even as a commercial publisher, if I'm looking for a fresh voice, if I keep plying the same field, I will not get a new crop. Right? Whereas if I go and seek खरपतवार on the edge, जो मेड़ पे लगी हुई घास फूस है ना, जिसके ऊपर मैं कोई ध्यान नहीं देती हूँ, क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मेरी पेइंग पब्लिक जो है वो जो सीधी मैं हल चलाऊंगी और उससे जो गेहूं निकलेगा उसी का आटा उसको खाना है, that is a mistake, and that is a mistake at every level. And, the richness of languages that we have in our country, and there is some nascent form of publishing or some nascent form of recording of that whole experience happening in the different languages. Somebody just needs to take the trouble to ensure that there is intra-language transfer of that knowledge, and that can only happen through translations. And believe me, it will be enriching for everybody concerned. First of all, it diversifies what is available to the reader. Secondly, it gives you the pickings of the gems of the likes of Shekhar, जिसमें कि उन्होंने इतनी सारी आंचलिकता और इतनी सारी स्कॉलरशिप एक साथ अपनी किताब में जिस तरह से उन्होंने उसका निचोड़ प्रस्तुत किया है, वो अपने आप में, जैसे आपने कहा, अनूठा है, वो अद्भुत है बिल्कुल। So that can really only happen if we actually create a market for translations where there are enough publishers who are willing to see this rich seam which exists and do something about it, and also recognize that the very definition of scholarship needs to expand.
Thank you, Manisha. My last question addressed to both Shekhar Bhai and Ram Guha. Shekhar Bhai, आपने आंदोलन की उपलब्धियों का उल्लेख किया, सवालों के जवाब में, किताब में भी है, तो तब और आज आपकी किताब में चिपको आंदोलन की कई आज की हरी शाखों की चर्चा है, तो अब आज क्या पहचान होगी, कैसे भविष्य देखेंगे? And the same question addressed to Ram Guha, that this book, Ram, ends with a certain hope and some rays of brightness, and that's why Shekhar Pathak calls it dhundlati chamak or satat kond. So how will you see the future of environmental movement in Uttarakhand and otherwise? तो पहले शेखर भाई and then Ram. So ये हमारा अंतिम सवाल होगा, उसके बाद हम छोटा सा एक इससे पाठ करेंगे और फिर हम अपनी बात खत्म करेंगे।
दरअसल उन दिनों कुछ लोगों ने 80, 82, 83, 85, 90 के बीच में ऐसे लेख लिखने शुरू किए, जैसे मतलब एक चिपको आंदोलन खत्म हो गया है। कुछ आर्टिकल इस तरीके के आए कि चिपको इज स्टिल अलाइव। कुछ लोगों ने बहुत तरीके के लिखा। कुछ लोग ऐसा हुआ कि चिपको को ढूंढने के लिए जौलसार बाबर में चले गए जहाँ चिपको आंदोलन नहीं चला था। कुछ और लोगों ने कुछ और किया। कुछ लोगों ने बहुत व्यक्ति केंद्रित अध्ययन करने शुरू किए। तो मैंने उसमें कहीं लिखा हुआ है इस तरीके का कि जो इस तरीके के बड़े सोशल मूवमेंट, बड़े पारिस्थितिक मूवमेंट आते हैं, वह बहुत सारी समस्याओं का समाधान करने की कोशिश करते हैं, लेकिन बहुत सारी सवाल, बहुत सारी समस्याएं जो है अनसुलझी रह जाती हैं, और वो अनसुलझी समस्याएं फिर अगले मूवमेंट के लिए एक इश्यू बनती हैं, उसके लिए बीज का काम करते हैं। जैसे 20s में जो चीजें रह गई थी वो 70s में फिर नए तरीके से आएगी। कल को, क्योंकि अभी भी वन का प्रश्न वैसा का वैसा बना हुआ है, बल्कि ज्यादा इंक्रोच हो रहा है अभी, जिस तरीके से उत्तराखंड के वन, हिमालय के वन विनष्ट किए गए हैं, तो कल को नए लोग नए तरीके से बोलेंगे, ये अपनी जगह पर। जब उन्होंने उसको मृत घोषित करना शुरू किया तो तब मैंने उसमें लिखा है कि बहुत सारे लोग जो चिपको की, हम अपने को चिपको की जनरेशन कहते हैं, तो उन लोगों ने चिपको से जो सीखा, जो तमीज सीखी अपने समाज को, अपने पर्यावरण को, अपने संसाधनों को समझने की, उन लोगों ने अपने अपने तरीके से प्रयोग किया। जैसे बीज बचाओ आंदोलन ने जो हमारी एग्रीकल्चरल डाइवर्सिटी है, विच इज डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड विद द फॉरेस्ट डाइवर्सिटी और बायोडाइवर्सिटी, उसकी हिफाजत का काम किया। धूम सिंह नेगी हो कि विजय जरधारी हो कि कुंवर प्रसून हो, और बहुत सारे लोग जो 12 नाजा की पद्धति थी उसकी वकालत उन्होंने की, और कैसे जरूरी है, और मल्टीनेशनल को चुनौती। दरअसल वो किसान आंदोलन की एक लहर हमारे यहाँ उसको माना जा सकता है। चिपको तो खुद ही किसानों का आंदोलन है। अब और आगे जाएंगे कि उनकी आर्थिकी की दिक्कत आई तो महेंद्र कुंवर ने हार के माध्यम से किसानों को एक अपनी छोटी सी पैच में इस तरीके की फसल लगाने का वो किया, जिसमें उनको कुछ कैश क्रॉप आया, क्योंकि बच्चे पढ़ने हैं, चेंज हो गया है, समाज बदल गया है, गाड़ी में बैठना है, जीप का किराया देना है, नल का भाड़ा आ रहा है, वगैरह वगैरह। इसी तरीके से कुछ और लोगों ने, मैंने करीबन 10 बार उसका उदाहरण दिए हैं कि उन्होंने अपने अपने तरीके से चिपको से मिली हुई ऊर्जा को अपने समाज को लौटाने के लिए अपनी विधा में काम करने शुरू। बहुत बढ़िया पत्रकारिता हमारे यहाँ हमारे साथियों ने शुरू की, जैसे नैनीताल समाचार, और जैसे अनिकेत के और नैनीताल समाचार के जो संपादक थे वो चिपको के भी बहुत ही फुल टाइम एक्टिविस्ट थे। गिरफ्तारियां, जेल जाने का भी उनको मौके मिले, लेकिन उन्होंने अपनी एक स्वायत्त पत्रकारिता को भी बनाए रखा और क्रिटिकली उसको देखने की कोशिश की, भावु बन के, या जिस तरीके की मीडिया आज बन गई है वैसा बन के नहीं। तीसरी तरफ हम ये देखते हैं कि अनेक लोगों ने ऐसे काम किए कि अपने अपने इलाकों में जो पर्यावरण के शिविर हैं, कैंप हैं, उनके माध्यम से महिलाओं को आगे लाने की कोशिश की। बहुत जगह महिलाओं ने भी उस तरीके की पहल की, हालांकि महिलाओं को उस तरीके की लीडरशिप में शिरकत करने का मौका नहीं मिला। यानी कि जब 20 में हमारे यहाँ जंगल सत्याग्रह चल रहा था, तब से लेके चिपको आंदोलन तक में जब महिलाओं की हिस्सेदारी बहुत बढ़ गई थी, उसमें महिलाओं को स्थान और महिलाओं को लीडरशिप देने का बहुत बड़ा नियोजित प्रयास आंदोलन के मेल मेंबर्स के द्वारा नहीं हुई। कोशिशें हुई, लेकिन उनको उस तरीके से नहीं दिया जा सका। और उत्तराखंड आंदोलन, जब राज्य का आंदोलन चला, वो महिलाएं स्वयं आगे आ गई, और आपको पता है कि 40-44 के करीब शहादतें हुई। 2 महिलाओं को सरेआम मसूरी में जो है उनके शरीर के ऊपरी हिस्से में गोली मार के उनकी हत्या की। लेकिन लीडरशिप में फिर भी नहीं आई। आज भी आप देखेंगे 70 MLA हमारे यहाँ है, तो 5-7 से ज्यादा जो है आपके महिला विधायक नहीं। तो जो मैंने ये वाला अंतिम हिस्सा जो सतत कौंध वाला दिया है, मैंने कहा था कि चिपको की द्वारा जगाई गई जो एक क्या कहेंगे चेतना हमारे समाज में है, वह क्रिएटिविटी के, सृजनशीलता के अलग अलग नमूनों के रूप में हमारे यहाँ आती रही है। बहुत सारे शिक्षक वहाँ से लिखते हैं, उन्होंने अपने फील्ड में बहुत बढ़िया काम किया, फॉरेस्ट्री के, और उसके बहुत सारे लोग वन विभाग में जो प्रभावित हुए, बहुत सारे लोग जो साइंस और सोशल साइंस में काम कर रहे थे, they were inspired। तो वो अपने अपने तरीके से उनको लगा कि हम एक तार्किक और एक समग्र तरीके से आंदोलनों का अध्ययन करें, और वैसे ही पारिस्थितिकी का अध्ययन करें। तो ये मैंने बहुत सारे उसमें छूने की कोशिश की है जिन्होंने उस कॉज को आगे बढ़ाया।
राम, over to you.
Yeah, so a very important date in the history of the Chipko Andolan is 1970, when there was a major flood in the Alaknanda River, because that brought home to the activists of the Chipko Andolan that deforestation in the Himalaya not only deprived them of fuel, fodder, and so on, but could devastate the entire Indo-Gangetic plain. So the ecological importance of the Himalaya to India as a whole is profound. And now the Himalaya, the Uttarakhand Himalaya is, though commercial forestry has stopped, it's now under two kinds of fresh assault. One is this manic craze for building large dams across the Himalaya in a geologically sensitive zone. And the other is this utterly foolish, and I would use the word advisedly, criminal Char Dham highway project having 4-lane highways in the hills, which the Supreme Court has warned against. But our government is known for disregarding court orders and for doing what it wants. So I think that if the wave of large dams continues, if this Char Dham highway is not stopped, you will have much more incidents like the Kedarnath flood of 2013, which was not an act of God, it was an act of man caused by a reckless, rapacious destruction of the environment. So if Chipko has to be revived and renewed in its own homeland of Uttarakhand, I think it's very important that dam construction be stopped immediately and the Char Dham highway be absolutely abandoned. That would be the good not only of Uttarakhand, but of the entire country.
Thank you, Ram. We have almost finished our time. It's time out, but मैं फिर भी चाहूँगा कि 1 या 2 मिनट में राम की किताब का एक छोटा हिस्सा आप लोगों के सामने
शेखर की किताब
सॉरी शेखर की किताब ये हरी भरी उम्मीद का अंतिम अध्याय है जिसकी बात हम लोग अभी अभी कर रहे थे। चिपको के 40 साल धुंधलाती चमक और सतत कौंध का और इसका हिस्सा है चिपको चेतना का मिजाज। वहां से मैं ये कुछ पंक्तियां आपके सामने पढ़ रहा हूं। अनेक विद्वान यह मानते हैं कि चिपको ने जिस चेतना को जन्म दिया उसमें दर्शन और व्यावहारिकता का समन्वय था। इसलिए चिपको आंदोलन के कहे का उसके करे से रिश्ते के कारण यह आंदोलन सर्वाधिक आकर्षक और प्रेरक हुआ। महत्वपूर्ण पक्ष यह था कि कोई समाज पहले चिपको का विचार दे और फिर उस पर सफल कार्यवाही करे। यह सभी को अनोखा लगा कि चिपको ने संरक्षण का संदर्भ आम आदमी से जोड़ा और यह आम आदमी के हक हकूकों से नजर हटाए बिना किया। इसलिए वह आर्थिकी और पारिस्थितिकी का आंदोलन एक साथ बन गया। चिपको में सिर्फ पारिस्थिति को ढूंढने से स्वयं यहाँ का समाज शंकित हुआ और बना हुआ है। आलम सिंह बिस्ट के शब्दों में, हम चंद खड़िक को सिर्फ खेती के यंत्रों के लिए चाहते थे, जलाने या मकान बनाने के लिए नहीं। यानी इस प्रजाति के पुनर्जन्म के मुकाबले उपयोग कम होगा। बालम जनौटी का कहना था कि पेड़ न काटने की मांग वैसी ही है जैसे कोई कहे कि बूढ़े आदमियों का मरना बंद किया जाए, बूढ़े जाएंगे और बच्चे आएंगे। यानी उपयोग और हिफाजत का संतुलन जरूरी बताया गया। ऐसे कई अंश इस किताब में हैं जिसको बार बार पढ़ा जा सकता है। इस किताब के जो संदर्भ हैं, घनश्याम सिंह सैलानी का एक पत्र चंडी प्रसाद भट्ट के नाम, आपके पास कभी समय हो तो वो जरूर पढ़िएगा। जो आंदोलन की पहली लहर अध्याय की जो कुछ पंक्तियां हैं, आंदोलन की दूसरी लहर अध्याय की जो कुछ पंक्तियां हैं, मैंने कई चीजें मार्क की थी, समय का अभाव है।
Thank you, Mr. Pathak, Mr. Guha, Manisha and Mukul Sharma for that riveting conversation. It was truly wonderful. We thank our partners, My FM, for their support and our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Please do stay logged on to continue to watch with us the series of exciting sessions featuring a stellar list of speakers that we have specially curated for you. Do also remember to pick up your copy of the book from our bookstore, Amazon Online. Please do remember to tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021 and tag us at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol.
To all storytellers and story lovers, my name is Laksh Tata. I host and produce the Jaipur Bites podcast, where you can hear many of the amazing sessions from the Jaipur Literature Festival. I also produce a few other podcasts, as you can see right here. English, Hindi, fiction, non-fiction. If you see something you like, maybe you can take a screenshot of this right now. I'll give you a second. And tune in later. Find them on your favorite podcast app.
दुनिया की भूल भुलैया में हर कोई बिजी है, पर टेंशन क्या लेनी है भाई, चिल करना इजी है। दुनिया की भूल भुलैया में हर कोई बिजी है, पर टेंशन क्या लेनी है भाई, चिल करना इजी है। जब दिल है भी तो ट्रैफिक में फंस कर भी अच्छा लगता है, मीटिंग में बॉस का जहरीला लेक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है, आधा टेढ़ा दुनिया का ये स्ट्रक्चर भी अच्छा लगता है। थोड़ा नॉइस कर लो साइड, अच्छी धुन पे कर लो राइड, अपने कान कर लो वाइड, आज कुछ अच्छा 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 अच्छा, आज कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम। चलो कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम। अच्छा 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 94.3 माय एफएम। आज कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं 94.3 माय एफएम। चलो कुछ अच्छा सुनते हैं।
Even as the world has been brought to its knees by the global pandemic, it has opened up so many new opportunities. Opportunities to collaborate. We at Team Bakaz, the producers of the Jaipur Literature Festival and JLF, are delighted to be able to partner with the University of York in the UK and the York Festival of Ideas. Thank you, Joan Concannon, for bringing to us this wonderful city full of the most incredible monuments and heritage. I do hope our students and viewers take an opportunity to be able to visit the University of York in the UK, and we're delighted to co-present this session with them.
Hello. We at the University of York in the UK are proud and delighted to support this session. This event celebrates the growing partnership between JLF, the University of York, and our own festival, the York Festival of Ideas. Our university and our festival share with the JLF the desire to broaden horizons and to celebrate the world of ideas. In the spirit of virtual events, we invite you to join us virtually from wherever you are in the world. Whether you are a student thinking about studying in the UK, or you simply want to find out more about the university or our beautiful city York, we invite you to join us at york.ac.uk. Thank you.
Today we present Green Energy Investments in the Future. Sumant Sinha and Ajay Mathur in conversation with Mridula Ramesh. At a time when climate battles and energy revolutions map the future of our planet, the quest for clean energy sources that can transform the global landscape is the holy grail of the 21st century. Depleting fossil fuels can be counterbalanced by the conscious use of sustainable alternatives on an international scale, signifying a collective investment in the future. Sumant Sinha, Chairman and Managing Director of Renew Power, India's leading clean energy company, is the author of Fossil Free: Reimagining Clean Energy in a Carbon-Constrained World, which reimagines the move into a world rooted in sustainable and secure renewable energy. Ajay Mathur is the Director General of the Energy and Resources Institute and a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Climate Change. Conversation with the writer and founder of the Sundaram Climate Institute, Mridula Ramesh, they discuss energy, security, climate change mitigation, and the economic benefits of transitioning to clean, green, and affordable energy. Sumant Sinha is the founder and CMD of Renew Power, India's largest renewable energy company, and the author of Fossil Free. He is a role model for clean energy entrepreneurs and a passionate advocate for clean energy solutions. Ajay Mathur is Director General of the Energy and Resource Institute and a former head of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency and a climate change negotiator. Mridula Ramesh is the author of critically acclaimed The Climate Solution, India's Climate Change Crisis, and What We Can Do About It. She is the co-founder of the Sundaram Climate Institute, and she is the Executive Director of Sundaram Textiles and lives and experiments in Madurai in a net zero waste house. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, green energy investments in the future. Sumant Sinha and Ajay Mathur in conversation with Mridula Ramesh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm super excited to be here with my fellow panelists, Sumant Sinha and Ajay Mathur. This is a subject that's really close to my heart. If there is one country in the world that really needed to care about the climate change crisis, it's India. And that's what I've really gone through in my first book. That's what motivated me to get on this journey. We are warm. We have a large population that is dependent on farming, and we don't have as much money as we would like to make the changes that make us more resilient in this warming climate. Climate change, as many of you will understand, is no longer a problem of the future. It is the problem of the here and now. In just 2020 alone, India faced a bill of $25 billion, as per one estimate, from damages from floods and landslides. To blame it all on climate change is inaccurate, but climate change, which brings intense rainfall in its wake, definitely played a role. The time to act on climate change was yesterday. And no decade is more crucial than the next decade in transitioning to a more secure future. Because fossil fuels And the greenhouse gas emissions lies at the heart of what is driving this current crisis. It's not orbital changes, it's not the oceans, it is fossil fuels, which anyone who has spent a lifetime studying this would tell you. That, all of us have heard about the carbon budget, that thing that is so shrinking so fast that if we continue the way we are, we have literally no chance of staying within 2 degrees, let alone 1.5 degrees in the coming century. And so now I'm just going to say one point which is sort of controversial. Even India, which doesn't play that major a role like, say, China or some other countries in adding to greenhouse gas emissions, still has, I believe we really need to transition to renewables, to greener energy for another reason entirely: water, right? The water footprint and the co-benefits that our panelists are really going to talk about really drives the story for transition to green energy. And that's something I've really spent a lot of time in my second book, which is on water, which is coming up. So with that, I'm really, really excited because we couldn't have asked for two better people to walk us through this. Someone who's put his money literally where his mouth is, and that's Sumant Sinha, who's basically shaped his career around helping India and the world transition to a greener future. So Sumant, over to you. Coal and fossil fuels really still hold the lion's share of India's energy mix. And although of late, solar and other renewable energy has been adding in capacity, what are some of the ways we can reduce our dependence on coal and other fossil fuels?
Yeah, thank you, Mridula, and I'd like to thank the JLF for having me on the show. I think it's a very important topic, and therefore I'm very glad that JLF has chosen to showcase or at least have a discussion on this very, very important issue for all of us. Just to, Mridula, put a couple of points for you in context. You talked about the carbon budget. We have a scant 15 years before India runs out of whatever budget we have before we cross the 2 degrees centigrade temperature change irrevocably. And unfortunately, the track that we're on, if you add up all the Paris Climate Accord commitments, is putting us on a 3.5 degree temperature change by the end of the year, by the end of the century. And so therefore, we're just simply not doing enough. Now, and I'll let Mr. Mathur talk about some of these in more detail because he's really the expert on some of these areas. But to answer the question more specifically that you asked me about coal and fossil fuels in general, again, just to put a little bit of context, energy accounts for 3/4 of carbon emissions. And within energy, electricity accounts for 1/4 of that 3/4. Within that electricity bucket, renewables today accounts for only 10%. So we are actually a very, very small solution at this point in time to the overall carbon emissions problem, right? We need to become many, many, many times bigger. In fact, if I can just sort of structure the conversation, we need to, first of all, increase the percentage of renewables in the electricity budget, in the electricity mix from 10% up to 50, 60, and eventually 100%. And I'm sure we'll talk about how that can be done. And the second thing that we need to do is we need to increase the share of electricity in the overall energy mix. And both of those need to happen for us to be able to start making significant dents on this whole issue of carbon emissions. And unless we do that, and we do that, as you said, in a real hurry of the next literally 10 to 15 years, we're actually going to miss the boat on climate change altogether. Now, while India is not the country that has contributed to the bulk of the problem, the reality is that we are the third largest carbon emitter at this point in time in the world after China and the US. And the reality also is that, all countries are in the same boat. We can't say that, we can shut our borders or we can sort of stop worrying about climate change if we don't emit. The reality is, whether we like it or not, it's a single world and we'll be impacted one way or the other. So all countries have to do the maximum that we can do. And so therefore, India also needs to do the most that it can do on reducing carbon emissions. And, I'm sure we'll talk about it, but the government certainly is doing their bit and moving forward on renewable energy and so on. But the reality is that today, coal-based power generation accounts for almost 2/3 or more of the entire electricity generation in the country, and that is unsustainable. That has to come down. And beyond that, transportation, which accounts for another quarter of this overall energy consumption, is almost entirely driven by fossil fuels. And so that whole thing has to change as well. So the task ahead of us is very steep. We don't have time. The solutions need to be, thought through very quickly and implemented very fast. So we all need to work together on that effect.
Ajay, I'm going to come over to you. I think, diversity is really what shapes this debate. And there are so many different voices with different preferences in the room. Globally, the pace in the last few years, the pace of adoption of renewables is really shot up. But what are some of the forces that can really, add muscle to these forces that are pushing for renewable adoption?
Mridula, a big question. But before I start again, let me add my words to your words and those of Sumant in thanking the JLF for having us and for considering this an important enough issue to be discussed. Mridula, I think the most important issue is the economic issue. The prices of renewable energy have dramatically come down. Today, a kilowatt hour, a unit of electricity from solar costs 1 rupee 99 paisa, less than 2 rupees a unit. Did you ever imagine it? I didn't. The limitation today is that this is available only when the sun is shining. But thanks to Sumant, possibly next year, I think, or the year after that, he has promised to provide us round-the-clock renewable electricity at prices that are competitive with that of electricity from coal. Only 5 years ago, when the Paris meeting happened, was 5.5 years ago, solar electricity was costing 18 rupees a unit. 18 rupees to 2 rupees is one large fall. To me, this is the single largest driver. As both of you have mentioned, we are a country where the electricity demand is still increasing, and unfortunately, the willingness to pay, the ability of Indian users is limited. And consequently, anything that produces cheaper electricity would be a preferential source. So tomorrow or day after, when solar plus storage provides the cheapest electricity in the market, you can well imagine that there is no rationale at all for investing in higher cost fossil fuels. That's the first part. But let me also note that obviously this is environmentally superior. We are talking of a zero carbon. We are talking of one in which there are no air pollution. In Delhi, 3 years ago, a very large part of the air pollution was because of the emissions from a power station which are within Delhi. It's closed, and suddenly you notice the difference in air quality. Similarly on CO2. But the third issue that I'd also like you to note, and this is something that led India to develop the world's first Ministry of Renewable Energy, is our financial imports of energy. Today, in excess of 30 billion, that's with a B, not an M, $30 billion worth of imports, dollars, not rupees, of imports of energy happen every year. And you can imagine that this would break any government's back. A very large part of the renewable actions in this country, and this predates the climate debate, have occurred because of the need to see how we can avoid those import bills. They lead to large macroeconomic problems. So I would suggest it's the economic, the environmental, and the financial benefits which are driving renewables today and will continue to drive them as the prime dog in the years to come.
Absolutely, Mark. Ajay, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, in our company, that is Sundaram Textiles, we have a large share of windmills and we're looking very actively at solar also. And we do that some part because of the environmental benefit, but it's also much cheaper. I mean, it's a no-brainer for most people looking at it to go for renewables now. The one thing of environmental, and I completely echo everything that you say, and one thing that's underappreciated is, today everybody is aware of the water crisis also. And renewables have a far smaller impact on our scarce water resources than fossil fuel plants have. So that's added benefit to transitioning to a greener future. It's bluer too. So Sumant, over to you. You know, I'm sure you would like to be growing as 10 times as fast as you are today, right? And there are definitely roadblocks in transitioning to a greener future. Can you walk us through what some of those are, which will help India become environmentally secure, green secure, and financially secure?
Yeah, sure, Mridula. So, you know, the interesting thing is that India's power demand today is the third largest in the world after China and the US. We consume 1.4 trillion units of power every year. We are growing at about 5 to 6% every year. So over the next 12 years, we will actually double the entire amount of power that we consume. The question is, where is this extra power generation going to come from? And this is where the news is somewhat good, because as Dr. Mathur said, renewables is so much cheaper. Renewables will become the default option for any new capacity addition that has to happen in the future, right? And so therefore, as we look at the next 1.4 trillion units, the government has appropriately set a target of setting up 450,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity in the next 10 years, up from the 90,000 right now. But to get to your question, this requires us to set up 360,000 megawatts of new renewable energy capacity in the next 10 years, which is equal to India's entire power sector installed capacity set up from the dawn of our history, okay, till now. We're being asked to do that in 10 years only in renewable energy. So that tells you how daunting the challenge really is, right? And the interesting thing is that even if we achieve this target, and I'll talk a little bit about what the issues are, even if we achieve this target, it will still not meet our entire power demand growth. So the balance of power is going to have to come from somewhere. And unfortunately, that is going to come from coal, because there is no other source that is cheap and effective and can be easily ramped up. So we will therefore continue to have more coal consumption in India over the next 10 to 15 years, right? Before we catch up on renewable capacity addition, and then that starts replacing coal-based capacity. Now the question is, why can't we go faster than 450,000 megawatts? You know, so there are several issues. And the biggest issue among those things is that the road to India's climate change future lies not in renewable energy, but lies in the distribution utilities of India. Okay, and that's a bit of an odd thing to say, but the reality is that unless the distribution sector in India is reformed, you know, we can't keep selling power to them because they don't pay us on time. And if they don't pay us on time, how on earth do we raise capital and set up all of this capacity? So the first thing that we need to do to address our climate change problem is to reform the distribution utilities. Okay, now that sounds very counterintuitive, but unfortunately, that is the reality within which we're operating right now. Okay, so that's point number one. The second issue is this physical challenge of constructing all of this capacity on the ground. Now, for that, we require to source land. We need to build transmission connectivity. You know, we need to hire people, train them, run all these assets, procure the equipment. Now, the reality is all of that can be done, because the more you make the sector attractive, the more people will come in, and the more that you'll have hands on the deck trying to do all of these things. So to me, that's an addressable problem. It's not easy, but it's addressable. But what we do require is we need policy making, not just at the central level, where it is absolutely heading in the right direction, but at the state level. And the states need to be on board. And, you know, that is really where the rubber really in some ways meets the road. And states therefore have to be very, very conducive towards addition of renewable energy capacity. They have to look at their own approval systems and issues, and really improve the ease of doing business, which unfortunately at some level, you know, you still have to struggle with a lot of these issues. The last thing is the issue of capital, right? And capital, again, as I said, to me is, as long as returns are reasonable and attractive and predictable, your capital is going to come in, okay? The last thing is the point that, sorry, I said the last thing twice, but is the point that Dr. Mathur made, which is around the issue of intermittency management. But again, there I'm pretty sure that with the reduction in costs, new storage technologies coming in, solutions can be found. Okay, so I think that technology solutions are available, capital is available, there are enough people to lend their shoulder to finding, to actually setting up this capacity. But we need good policies, predictable, transparent, and long-term, and we need reforms of distribution utilities for us to be able to meet these targets.
No, thank you, Sumant. I was smiling so much because our windmills tend to get turned off during peak generation statement, so I feel your pain. No, I think it's a point well said. I think, when we look at it the way you structured it, reforms need to come in, and then, capital will flow in, technology will follow. Those are not really the bottlenecks. Money is not the bottleneck. Technology is not the bottleneck. Reforms are, and especially state reforms. And I think all of us feel your pain, and we've seen the difficulty in reforms, and that's really something we need to see how to do. And that brings me to you, Ajay, again. One way to sort of incentivize reforms is to look at all the multiple benefits that going green can become. It's not just burnishing India's climate change reputation, and it is a good reputation. We are very responsible that way. But what else can we do? Especially, how can we talk about how can we actually motivate our leaders to think of this as a good thing to do for their voters, for India in general?
Mridula, one of the things that the economic lockdown has brought out to all of us policy wonks is the importance of job creation. At the end of the day, this is what is most important to any leader at any level. And therefore, the point that both the generation of renewables, but more importantly, the use of renewables produces more jobs is a message that needs to be disseminated to the point where it becomes internalized. For example, if I set up a solar generating unit or a wind generating unit in a rural area, that provides me the opportunity to build rural cold storages. Just 1/3 of the cold storages we have in this country are in rural areas. 2/3 are in peri-urban areas. And why? Because there is no electricity and you have to run it on a diesel genset. That's amazingly expensive. But with inexpensive renewable energy now available, it is now possible to have rural cold storages. Now imagine the job chain. Generation as well as use. You are creating jobs which did not occur yesterday. You're creating jobs in areas where there is a problem. This is the kind of story that makes renewables very attractive to decision makers. So therefore, the way to look at it is, this is a social investment. I noticed the huge change that occurred when we started providing LPG in rural areas instead of depending on people to use biomass, which produce a huge amount of environmental hazards, especially within the kitchen. And the petroleum minister, not once, but many times had said, we do this because it's a social investment. I think that is a language that clicks. The last point also, I think, is that we need to make the air quality benefit issue a lot more transparent. I gave the example of Delhi, but this will occur in any city across the country where, because we do have power stations which are close by, moving to renewables makes a cleaner environment for each one of us to live in. This is eminently politically viable. So to me, the key issues that we need to focus on are job creation and protecting the local environment. Those are reasons why politicians will like the movement, or have liked wherever there has been success, the movement towards renewables.
No, I think it's a point very well taken, Ajay. I know we've spent a lot of time talking about solar. I mean, one of the things that excites me is in the renewable energy mix is actually biogas as well. Especially biogas that's made from wet waste in municipal cities. I mean, one of my climate change investments does precisely that. They make biogas from food waste of our cities, and that's really exciting. And if we can explore that ecosystem, I think the waste ecosystem, I think the numbers in my book were around upwards of 600,000 jobs. And I think if Sumant, the job potential in just maintaining the solar panels in our country, I mean, they must go well into the thousands, if not the hundreds of thousands, right?
So, Mridula, one of the things that you can also, we as a community can also push is the fact that this forces us as a country to upskill people. Because you can't have unskilled people managing either solar pumps or managing solar cold storages or biogas, which is used in a variety of applications, particularly for heating in cottage industries. This forces us to invest in decentralized skill development.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're coming up to the end. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. What really energizes you? What really makes you excited about this transition, and what keeps you up at night? This is to each of you. So, Sumant, shall we start with you?
Okay, sure. What excites me is the fact that even though we've made so much progress on renewable energy right now, to me, we've barely scratched the surface. Because of the numbers that I was talking about earlier, we have a long way to go. And eventually, if you think about it, the entire power sector has to be, the entire coal sector, the whole fossil sector in energy has to eventually be replaced by clean energy sources. And when you start looking at the kind of scale of investments required, and again, to give you some numbers at a global level, estimates are that, today we have about 6,000 gigawatts of power generating capacity globally, okay? We need to set up over the next 20 to 30 years, if you want to eventually get to net zero globally by, let's say, 2050 or 2060, we have to set up almost 7 to 8 times of that capacity in renewable energy, okay? If we want to also electrify some of the other energy sectors like mobility and so on. So this is a challenge which of the life we have never seen in our history, of mankind, and therefore it's going to be enormous. It's going to lead to humongous opportunities on technology, on the investment side, on transmission, on how it's going to lead to transformations in how people consume power, the job creation potential. All of these are going to be enormous. So that really, therefore, is very exciting, because within this, a number of new business models will emerge. And how India can take advantage of this new industry is going to be, I think, very exciting to look out for and watch out for. And of course, how we as individual companies can take advantage for all of us will be challenging. What keeps me awake at night is the issue of policy making. And the reason I say that is because technology is moving so rapidly that by the time you make a policy decision, things have changed. And ultimately, you can't have investments unless you give 25-year visibility on, let's say, PPAs and so on, right? And then within 2 or 3 years, things have totally changed. And the decisions that you may have made 2 or 3 years ago could be again redundant or may have to be changed. So policymakers have to be very agile mentally and very flexible about changing their points of view and redoing policies and so on, but at the same time protecting legacy investments. So I think that is going to be a big challenge to my mind, and how that plays out ultimately is a cause and a source of worry for us, because we are actually putting hard dollars to work or hard rupees to work, which ultimately have to generate returns over a longish period of time. And so therefore, we have to make sure that there's stability as much as possible within a fast-changing technology environment.
Thank you, Sumant. I think policy keeps us all up. Ajay, over to you.
Mridula, we are at the JLF, and I am wondering, when will we start seeing literary masterpieces coming out which have the climate change world as a background? Dickens wrote about the Industrial Revolution. That formed the backdrop of the vast oeuvre that he produced. The Impressionists captured that scene. my own feeling is that the kinds of moral, behavioral issues that come in, the critique of capitalism that comes in, is in no way less revolutionary than that was produced by the Industrial Revolution. It completely changes society. So one of the things that I actually wonder is the kind of world that 10 years from now people will start seeing us move into. So things that keep me up at night, I mean, yes, Sumant is absolutely right. The policy agenda obviously keeps me up at night. But the other issue that keeps me up at night is, what does this mean for you and me in our lives day after tomorrow? Think of this. If the marginal cost of renewable electricity is very near zero, Sumant will attest to this far better than I can, what does this mean for how we envision energy in our lives? We, for example, switch off lights when we go from one room to the other. Is that then gone? I somehow don't think so. But I think we need to have a broader set of thinking coming in. What would happen as far as investments are concerned in, for example, how do you go to the supermarket to buy groceries? Where does the energy and the sociology of this mix? So the life of tomorrow would be very different. And I often wonder whether we are walking blindfolded.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, one of you is the policy wonk and the other is the provider. I'll wear my hat of the user. Okay. And I'll say one of the things that keeps me really excited is how really good renewable energy is. I mean, as a person, as an individual, having biogas at home saves us about a cylinder a month, right? Yeah. So it's really exciting. It's useful. It's, as long as you make it convenient, which is something I think all of us forget about when putting together a solution, it really works. I'm not sure I would be profitable without renewable energy. Okay, and this is textiles. It's low margin, boring industry.
Correct.
That's key to our profitability, right? And we are the largest employer of women outside agriculture as an industry. So there you go. I mean, I think to me that makes me very excited. And what makes me scared? I have 2 kids, and I mean, I didn't put half of my fears in my first book on climate change. And a friend said, "Why are you scaring me so much?" Because when you look at India's vulnerability to a warming climate, and you see things like the floods we've seen in the last year, there's no part that's spared, right? And if you don't make the connection, and I think Sumant said it really, the bottleneck is really policy. And if we don't make the connection to jobs and local benefits to making the right policy and timely policy, I think is what you said, policy keeping up with the technology. It's really frightening, what the world we are stepping into. So with that, I mean, I'd like you to close with, what are some of your thoughts in what you'd like people to understand? Because at the end of the day, we have a generalist audience. What is the one thing you would like them to take away from our conversation?
From my side, Mridula, to go first, is the fact that there is a level of urgency that I don't yet think most people appreciate. We just don't have enough time. And I think that unless this issue is internalized by everybody, and unless people start writing about it, talking about it, discussing it, in some ways putting pressure on the government of whichever country they happen to be in, more pressure, I don't think we'll get to the right solutions in the right time period. I mean, we're just not heading in that direction right now. And despite all of the evidence and the science being very clear, we are still just not doing enough. Now, why are we not doing enough? Because clearly a large percentage of people in one of the largest countries in the world just does not believe that climate change is a big issue. Right? And so therefore, there's always some stop and start policy that keeps happening. And therefore, everybody else starts wondering as well, is this really real or not? But the reality is it is real. And we don't have enough time. And therefore, all of us in civil society, for the reasons that you mentioned primarily, for our children, we do not have time to save them and to give them and bequeath to them a better planet. And therefore, we all must do whatever we absolutely can. Renewable energy is one part of the solution. But ultimately, we have to all change our own respective behaviors and get society around us to change behaviors as well. So I think it has to be a much broader based movement with a much higher sense of urgency than we have right now. And some of us, of course, are involved day to day in this for business reasons, but there's also a strong sense of purpose behind what we're doing. And I think that sense of purpose really has to become much more broad-based across civil society on this issue.
Mridula, number one, I completely echo what Sumant said. And let me provide the other part, the flip side of the coin. And you personally, as both a producer of renewable energy and as a user, that is the part that I would like to emphasize. I think each one of us needs to look into our own lives and see how is it that we can move towards a cleaner future. For example, by investing in an electric vehicle, whether a two-wheeler or a four-wheeler, can I make, obviously, my life better, but the lives of the planet better? By investing in a rural cold storage, can we make the incomes of farmers better, apart from this owner making more money? It is these kinds of decisions that I think ultimately matter, because unless we create demand, unless you and I start demanding for cleaner energy, then Sumant as a producer can produce, but that must be used. At the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, when we started the star labeling program for appliances, this was the motivating factor, that it provides you and I as consumers with a tool to say, I am going to buy something which is more energy efficient. And that, as we have seen over the years, has actually changed the market. The average air conditioner that is sold today is roughly 50% more efficient than the air conditioner that was sold in 2000. I see no reason why a consumer-driven movement cannot make the change. I do believe that it is important for us to start providing options for you and I on cleaner, greener options as opposed to fossil fuel-based, dirtier options.
Absolutely, Ajay. And I think one of the points you said is, the demand for Sumant's energy, but I would also say paying for the energy is equally important. So, there is a question on the individual's role in getting it. And because we're running out of time, I'll sort of try to wrap it up, try to wrap up the session. I think at the heart of it, when I hear what both of you are saying, the individual and the community lies at the forefront of all these changes, because at the end of the day, you are the person who needs to persuade your leaders to make the policies that will enable the money to come in to power the enormous need. I mean, I think the numbers, Sumant, that you said, I think we have to provide multiple times of the capacity that we have done in our entire history in a short period of time of 10 years. We haven't used words like climate inertia. The fact that once those greenhouse gases are up there in the atmosphere, they tend to stay often for hundreds of years, continuing the warming trend. So it is up to every individual in a differing voice across the world to really ask for those policies, to ask for the greener energy, and for policymakers like Ajay to sort of shape the policies to bring the green power, so green and blue power solutions to the population. I think we need to vote for those. I think there are elections coming up in several of India's states, and we need to convince our leaders that it's the right thing to do to incentivize the energy. And thank you for the, this great opportunity for a wonderful panel. If I was to summarize, I think we have a daunting task. Sumant, you're going to lead us into it. I think, it's a great book. I would recommend you read it. Ajay, I think you are stepping into the shoes as the Director General of the International Solar Alliance, helping the world and helping India lead the world into a greener, future. And thank you again, JLF, for this, for giving a space for this discussion and highlighting how important, how daunting, but how hopeful a future that we can create, each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, JLF. Thanks, Sumant.
Thank you, Sumant Sinha, Ajay Mathur, Mridula, Ramesh. That was absolutely brilliant. I'm looking forward, Mridula, to come to see your zero waste energy house. This is really the future. We all know that 2050 is the most important date for all of us. Let's work together collectively to be able to get to that point. We'd like to thank Diageo, our celebration partner, and all of you for logging on. Do remember to watch episodes at the Darbar Hall as well. And of course, visit the Amazon bookstore and buy books and the Earth Fables craft store. Thank you all for supporting us at Teamwork Arts. Every bit that you give us and contribute will help us allow people from across the world to come together to listen to knowledge and information. Please tweet using hashtag Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, and our handle is at Jaipur Lit Fest. The festival is protected by Dettol. Stay safe.
What do we want poetry to do in times of desolation and crisis is a question that I've often asked myself. Can the diction of poetry maintain social, political, poetic distance from the discourses of our times? I do not know. I do not know whether it is even desirable to maintain these distance. But I've seen my poetry travel across time zones, mythical and contemporary, fictional and lived, time past and time future. And what I'm going to present today is addressing the time present. It's a little poem that I wrote watching the most remarkable protests take shape on the outskirts of Delhi. Being born and brought up in an urban upper caste family, I could not claim any understanding of agricultural labor. But being a woman caught up in the traditional role of a caregiver, I think I have a very intimate relationship to the process of food production in a different context. And of course, being a poet, one understands the pain of tilling, the hopes in sowing, the anxiety over unseasonal rains and droughts, and of course, the joys of a good fasal. So it is from these shared spaces of solidarity that I present this little poem to you. I'll read the Gujarati first, and then I will read my English translation. The Gujarati one is called તીડનો બળવો. આ કેવા તીડ છે, ઉભરાતા ઝુંડના ઝુંડ, સલ્તનતની ક્ષિતિજોને રંગી નાખતા ઘઉંવર્ણી આ કેવા તીડ છે. કરતા કૂચ કદમ આશાના લાંબા રસ્તાઓ ઉપર ગુંગળાવતી કાંટાળી વાડના ગાળિયાઓમાંથી છટકીને ઉડતા ઉથલાવી નાખતા અવરોધોને એમની મૂછથી આ કેવા તીડ છે. એમને પકડીને ધરવી દેવા માટે ખોદેલી ખાઈઓમાંથી છટકી નીકળતા, એમની કુમળી છાતી પર ઝીલતા પાણીની તોપોમાંથી ઝીંકાતા મુશળધાર વરસાદને. આ કેવા તીર છે? એ સૌ રાહ જુએ છે. એ સૌ રાહ જુએ છે ધુમ્મસભરી શિયાળાની સાંજની, ઓહવાઈ ગયેલી ઝાકળ બિંદુઓની વાસથી ગંધાતી કડકડતી હવામાં આંખમાં સળગતા ક્રાંતિના અંગાર લઈ સૌ રાહ જુએ છે. સવારના અજવાળિયા ઉછાળની કોઈ નગારા, કોઈ ફટાકડા, કોઈ લીમડાના પાનની હોડીઓ ન ડરાવી શકે છે, ન હલાવી શકે છે આ ઉભરાતા જતા તીડના ઝુંડને. એક લાંબી રાતમાં એમની પાંખ તળેથી નીકળી ને ખુલ્લા આકાશમાં ગુંજતા, હવાને હલબલાવી મૂકતા એમના વિરોધ ગીતો રસ્તાઓ અને મહેલો પર ઢાંકેલી પ્લાસ્ટિકની ચાદરમાં ઝીણા ઝીણા કાણા પાડી રહે છે. એક તીડનો બળવો આ સલ્તનતને ઘેરી વળે એ પહેલા. In English, it's called locust plague. What locusts are these? What swelling swarms coloring the skies over the Sultanate beat gold? Marching the long roads to hope, they fly through snares of stifling barbed wires. Their short-horned hopes break the barricades meant to trap and bury. Their fragile chest faces the torrential rain gushing from water cannons. They wait in the biting cold air on foggy winter evenings that smell of dewdrops gone sour. They wait for the morning upsurge of light, revolutionary embers glowing in their eyes. Neither the drum beats, nor firecrackers, nor burning leaves of neem can scare or distract the swelling swarms of locusts. In the long night, the rising songs of protest under their wings agitate the air, make tiny holes in the tarpaulin sheets and rooftops of palaces that cover the rooftops and palaces before the locust plague hits the Sultanate.
We hope you're enjoying the festival. Don't forget to buy your favorite books from Amazon.in.
"13 years of a tumultuous Jaipur Literature Festival filled with joy, with colour, with the vibrancy and the sheer love of knowledge and literature."
The Jaipur Literature Festival is actually, it's set a benchmark in terms of where Literature Fest ought to be.
लोगों को लगता है कि यहाँ आना और इस तरह से एक ऑथर को सुनने के लिए बहुत लोग घंटों खड़े रहते हैं, तो
तो इससे पता चलता है कि अभी भी नॉलेज का जो चाहत है वो अभी ख़त्म नहीं हुई है।
We had glamour, we had fun, we had joy, we had anger, we had protest. What in the Sanskrit tradition is called the Navras, where every human emotion is reflected upon.
When I come to the Jaipur Literature Festival, I feel like I've walked in to a 3-star Michelin restaurant with absolutely no problem of bank balance. There's quality, there's quantity, and it's from all over the globe.
And then came the pandemic, which brought to a screeching halt the entire world.
With everybody locked down in their homes, in their countries, the Jaipur Literature Festival saw this as an opportunity to reinvent, to reimagine and represent itself in a digital format.
And out of this was born JLF's Brave New World.
In these times during COVID, when we're all sitting at home, it's sort of like a ray of light that we get to watch these amazing sessions when we can't all be together. It certainly brightens up my evenings.
आज पेंडेमिक में हम डिजिटली जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारे सामने श्रोता नहीं है, हम आपस में बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस फील को, उस उमंग को महसूस कर सकते हैं कि हजारों लाखों लोग हमसे जुड़े हुए हैं, हमको सुन रहे हैं और कहीं ना कहीं कोई एक सार्थक हस्तक्षेप हो रहा है।
160 episodes later and 4.8 million views, people who came online to view and listen to our incredible speakers from across the world, we were able to continue in our tradition of ensuring the free flow of knowledge and information.
I think the very mention of JLF and the tradition of JLF energizes even when one has no live audience before one, when one is interacting, one still remembers, there's a deep memory of what the JLF has brought us over the years, and that is with us even when we are sitting at home and talking with just a couple of other persons.
It's wonderful that the Jaipur Literature Festival has responded to the pandemic by continuing to exist.
The Jaipur Literary Festival obviously is one of the most iconic literary festivals in the world, and they've done a great job.
Arriving virtually seems like a wonderfully sort of egalitarian and democratic thing to be able to do.
India has always had a tradition of performed and spoken literature as well as written literature. There are two, in a sense, different ways of imbibing literature. One is the written word, whether on stone or in an epigraph or on a book, on a page. But there's also always been this long tradition of oral recitation of work, whether in ancient Sangam performances at the courts of Tamil Nadu, or whether in the mushairas of the Mughal court. And today, I think, in many ways, we're fulfilling that function, allowing authors to perform their work. But there's also this thing of having rational debate.
As we look ahead to the Jaipur Literature Festival 2021, bringing together a slew of incredible writers and speakers from across the world, we know we have a challenge. We will try and convey the same energy by shooting at Diggi Fort and Diggi Palace in Jaipur and bringing to you some of the most spectacular sessions that we've coined.
I still wear the scarf that I was given at the Jaipur Literary Festival because it brings back a memory of those joyous book-loving crowds, the wonderful other writers from around the world. I've never had another experience like it.
When I was last at the Jaipur Literature Festival, I inhaled so much goodness that I'm still working through it, and I miss it when I think about it.
With people happy to experience festivals in the comfort of their homes, we will offer that to you. And to all those who will come out and experience the live version on the ground in the Diggi Palace, in the Diggi in Jaipur, we will be delighted to welcome you there.
So I get invited to festivals all over the world, and by far this is one of my favorite.
These are the greatest writers of our day on your screen for free at the Jaipur Literature Festival.
We need your support, especially now. We look forward to you joining us online for the Jaipur Literature Festival digital version.
इस आयोजन हेतु कला साहित्य संस्कृति एवं पुरातत्व विभाग राजस्थान सरकार तथा जवाहर कला केंद्र जयपुर को पुनः शुभकामनाएं देता हूं।
Stitch here, which I had already taught you yesterday. So abhi variation में
Welcome back to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival from this iconic Amer fort at the Diwani Arm, or the place for general audience. Right behind me, the Maharaja used to sit and receive petitions from his citizens from across the state. The festival is of course protected by Dettol, and we'd like to thank the Department of Art and Culture for allowing us to use this as a backdrop to bring to you this very special session presented by Fever FM. It's our pleasure to present A Matter of Trust, Meenakshi Ahamed, Shyam Saran, Frank G. Wisner in conversation with Navdeep Suri. Journalist and writer Meenakshi Ahmed's latest book, A Matter of Trust, charts the complex relationship between India and the United States from the years following India's independence to today's evolving politics. Based on her research of presidential papers, newly declassified documents, memoirs and interviews, the book evaluates the dynamics between the people in power in both countries against the backdrop constantly developing socio-political economic changes. In conversation with former diplomat Navdeep Suri, former Foreign Secretary to the Government of India Shyam, Saran, and former diplomat Frank G. Wisner, Ahamed discusses the far-reaching implications of this relationship and the current global political climate. Meenakshi Ahamed has had a varied career as a journalist and prior to that as a development consultant. She's worked at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., as well as for the Ashoka Society. In 1989, she moved to London and became the foreign correspondent for NDTV. She has served on the board of Doctors Without Borders, the Turquoise Mountain Foundation, and the Drugs for Neglected Diseases. Shyam Saran is a former Foreign Secretary of India and has served as Prime Minister's Special Envoy for Nuclear Affairs and Climate Change. After leaving government service in 2010, he has headed the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, a prestigious think tank focusing on economic issues, and was the chairman of the National Security Advisory Board under the National Security Council. He has recently published a book, How India Sees the World. Frank G. Wisner is an international affairs advisor at Squire Peyton Boggs LLP, a career diplomat with the personal rank of career ambassador. He previously served as ambassador to India from 1994 to 1997. Additionally, he held the positions of ambassador to Zambia, Egypt, and the Philippines. He returned to government in 2005 to represent the Secretary of State as her special representative to the Kosovo status talks. Navdeep Suri is Distinguished Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation in New Delhi. He has previously served as India's Ambassador to UAE, High Commissioner to Australia, Ambassador to Egypt, and Consul General in Johannesburg, Africa. After his acclaimed translation of his grandfather's Nanak Singh's novels, Pavitra Papi as the Watchmaker and Adhkiriya Phul as a Life Incomplete, he has worked on Khuni Vaisakhi, a long poem written by Nanak Singh in 1920 after surviving the Jallianwala Bagh massacre. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section below. Ladies and gentlemen, a matter of trust. Meenakshi Ahamed, Shyam Saran, Frank G. Wisner in conversation with Navdeep Suri.
Thank you very much, Sanjoy, and it's a pleasure to open this discussion with Meenakshi's wonderful book, A Matter of Trust. I must say that I thoroughly enjoyed reading it, and I was actually thinking that it should be a mandatory reading for anyone who is posted to the Indian Embassy in Washington or to any of the consulates. But I wanted to first get an American view from Ambassador Wisner about the book. Ambassador?
Navdeep, thank you so much, and I'm delighted to voice my own views. Meenakshi's given us a special treat in her book, A Matter of Trust. She's taken us on an important, wide-ranging, and extraordinarily readable account of the relationship as it evolved over the past 75 years. And she's given it her own special sauce by focusing on the role and personality of leaders on both sides, whom she analyzes with great fluency and with particular verve, and makes a point that all of us need to remember that world affairs are not solely decided by national interest, by politics, by shifting global circumstances, but the imprint on history of personality is hugely important. She makes it awfully clear to us, and where the book makes a special contribution, is that we and India, we the United States and India, have come at the issue of our relationship from very different assumptions and perspectives. And that continues to be the case today, as she concludes, and that we need to be very careful with each other, be very careful gardeners of our joint enterprise. For we now realize just how important it is in this world in which we need balance to deal with the sharp rise of Chinese power. So as I look back on the pages that Meenakshi has laid out for us, I take a great deal of hope about the future of the relationship, provided we read her tale carefully, follow the course of our disagreements and our agreements, and learn from them so that we don't make mistakes twice.
Thank you. Ambassador Saran, any comments from you on the book?
Let me offer my very warm congratulations to Meena for really putting forth a most extraordinary book. I think the kind of a scope that it covers, the range of issues that she is able to deal with, really telling the story of India-US relations over the last so many years. And what it brought home to me was that, I have dealt with, Indo-US relations at a rather critical time. But it really brings home to us the fact that there is a certain stream of, India-US relations within which we should locate various events, such as the landmark, Indo-US nuclear deal that I was privileged to be involved in. We always are so much focused on the here and now. And I can tell you that during the negotiations of the Indo-US nuclear deal, one was living literally from day to day, and sometimes on a roller coaster. But I think what her book did for me personally was that many of the things in which I was involved, for the first time, I was able to sort of step back and look at it in that larger perspective. And I think it's so important for diplomats to really have that perspective, that longer term perspective. So kudos to Meena for enabling us to have that perspective. And I think she has brought out things which perhaps we have not known. I mean, going back to some of the archives, looking at unpublished material, and very importantly, talking to the people who were actually involved in the relationship, including myself, but many others as well, both on the American side as well as on the Indian side. So she has used her own rather extensive network to very good effect. So as I said, many congratulations to Meena, and thank you for bringing such an excellent book to us. Thank you.
So, Meena, let me start with the title of your book, A Matter of Trust. And you dwell at length on the importance of personal relationships between the leaders, or sometimes the lack of relationship, a warm relationship, say the antipathy between Mrs. Indira Gandhi and President Richard Nixon, or the friendship between President Obama and Prime Minister Manmohan Singh. More lately, the relationship between President Trump and Prime Minister Modi. And, when I was reading that, you make a very persuasive case, but then we know that beyond the White House and the State Department, you've got the CIA and you've got the Pentagon and you've got the Congress and other actors in the decision-making process. I'm also not sure what extent the personal relationships themselves are. Is there genuine warmth, or is it a transactional relationship where each leader is really acting on the basis of his or her understanding of their national interest? So how do you frame this, this discussion on personal relationship and their importance?
Well, first, I'd just like to say that it's a privilege to be here with so many esteemed authors. So to the Jaipur Literary Festival, I'd like to say thank you. I've come there, as a sort of person in the audience. So it's just incredible that I can be on stage. And I'm really humbled to share the stage with Ambassador Wisner and Foreign Secretary Saran, who they don't just write about history. I have Ambassador Saran's book here as a guide, but they make history. all three of you actually are making history. I write about you. So for me, this is, I'm completely humbled to be, with you on this stage. And, I know I have pestered both Ambassador Wisner and Secretary Saran interminably, I think, when I was writing the book, asking them questions about, what I was writing about. And if you brought up the nuclear deal, and I'll get to the question that you asked, which is very important, Navdeep, but I just wanted to say that what Shyam brought up, on the nuclear deal, it really was the central turning point, and it leads to your question of the whole relationship. That is where it sat. And if you read that chapter, it was almost like a thriller. There were so many times, because the mutual suspicion between the two countries had built up over so many years. And that is why my title, which is what you bring up, A Matter of Trust, it was all about building up trust between the two entities. And how they did it is how that whole relationship changed. And Shyam told me the story, as did Steve Hadley, that there were so many times that this whole thing just went down the tank. It almost just sank. And they had to literally revive it and lift it out. And it sometimes took going right to the Prime Minister and the President, and they had to put their weight behind it. And it was really developing a sense of trust. And we had the Atomic Commission of India, all the nuclear people in India who were just as nervous and shall we say suspicious as there were the people on the other side. I mean, you had Bob Einhorn, for example, who a lot of you know, who was called the Ayatollah of the nuclear club on the US side. But then you had the people on the India side as well, who I've mentioned in my book, who were equally suspicious. And it was people like Shyam Saran and Steve Hadley and people like that who negotiated and Ashley Tellis and people who kind of sort of eased and broke down all these mutual suspicions, who were trying to fight for that larger goal. That was that end of that rainbow, who saw the greater picture and kept striving to get relinquishing the country's interests. And that was a very difficult negotiation. And I think in a way, the nuclear deal encapsulates everything that's perfect about international relations. Shyam really was a hero, I have to say. On the India side, he was a formidable negotiator, and there were some heroes in this whole process, and that relationship, and putting the White House behind that relationship, Condi Rice and President Bush put their weight behind that relationship, and that is what changed everything, and that is why we have the relationship today that we have. So, and to go back to your question, Navdeep, for many years, I don't think that during the Nehru years, we had two very different systems of government. In the US, you have a president, but the president really, he may want to give aid to India, or he may want to give aid to, have a NATO alliance or whatever, but he needs Congress to come along with him. And he needs to appropriate money from Congress. I think Frank can talk to this. So you need to get, the president has a lot of power, but he also needs to have Congress on his side. If Congress is not on his side, if he can't persuade Congress, he's going to have a hard time getting things done. So, so I don't think during the Nehru years, Nehru quite grasped the importance of this, because in India, Nehru was like a god, Mrs. Gandhi, certainly, everyone was always trying to interpret what she wanted, and then everyone in the cabinet and everywhere else would try and just follow what she wanted. And they would do what she thought was right. So, and in foreign policy, certainly Nehru held sway. So I think that if he wanted to pursue a certain policy, it was pursued. He did not really, I don't think he spent enough time when he went to the US, he didn't think he needed to schmooze with Congress, and you actually had to do that. So I think there was a sort of disconnect with all the different departments that you need to persuade to come along with you. And so I think, personalities made a big difference. You had some ambassadors that were really truly important in the Nehru years.
I'm going to come to that separately, Meenakshi. So I just want to get Ambassador Wisner's take on this.
Your point about the CIA. So one of the things that, and Frank can speak to this, and I think I'd like to have him weigh in on this in a second. But once during Eisenhower, once they had an alliance, a military alliance with Pakistan. And that began to develop. The Pentagon is a very important place in Washington, D.C. There's a sort of standard joke in Washington that, they fly around in their private military planes. They have the biggest budget. Then comes the CIA. They're going first class, and then you have the sort of State Department person going economy, carrying his own suitcases, hoping he can hitch a ride with one of the other two. But the Pentagon has a lot of power, and once they had a relationship set up with Pakistan, and it kept increasing. You had all those guys, in a sense, not directing foreign policy, but sort of rooting for the Pakistani side. And because they'd already invested, they invested in a base in Peshawar initially, then they invested in, arms sales. So I think, and then once the CIA got involved, it became very difficult for India, I think, to have a year.
Ambassador Wisner, I was a young first secretary tramping up and down the long corridors of Capitol Hill when you were on your way to Delhi as ambassador. And I mentioned this in terms of the role of the Congress and the relationships with other actors, because at a time when we were trying to sell India's economic reforms and trying to persuade the administration to dehyphenate India and Pakistan. And of course, we had that famous visit by Commerce Secretary Ron Brown. At that time, there was also one Assistant Secretary for South Asia, Robin Raffel, in State Department, who had a very different perspective on things. And I want to take you back to those years in the mid-90s, when you were in Delhi, and how you felt about the relationship at that time.
Navdeep, thank you for taking me back. I credit Meenakshi and Saran for putting their finger on the transitional moment of the nuclear deal, but the nuclear deal didn't just jump onto the stage and change the relationship. There was a predicate. If you go back, as you correctly do, to the 1990s, two facts stand out. The Indian-American relationship was bogged down on 2 points. One was non-proliferation, the stern opposition of the United States to the acquisition of a nuclear capability by India, and the United States' decision to try to maintain a degree of balance between India and Pakistan. Typical, you found it in the bureaucracy, you found it on Capitol Hill. Many of us remember the name of Larry Pressler. What did make the difference was India's decision to change the game. When you conducted your nuclear test, you actually did something you never would have imagined, nor would have I at the time, is that you freed the relationship, because no longer was it bound simply on the question of non-proliferation. That was over. And President Clinton, and I remember it very, very well, he'd been through Kargil, he'd recognized the dynamic between India and Pakistan and the change in our interests, but the nuclear matter, he was finally free. And he came to India and put his own particular stamp. Now, coming back to your question to Meena before, you said, what matters more, bureaucracies or presidents? Obviously, both matter. But without Clinton's personal decision that we wanted to turn the page with India, move forward, he got on a plane, he came, he stood in before the Lok Sabha and before your parliament. This was a signal that America had actually switched, and it took presidential leadership. I often asked what it was that moved Clinton. One, Sandy Berger, who was the deputy national security advisor at the time, he said, Frank, you don't understand. Bill Clinton cannot resist the prospect of 1 billion votes. He just loves to campaign. So whether whimsical or not, Clinton is the one who moved it. What was absent at the time, on both sides, frankly, was a sense of the strategic importance of the relationship. Commerce was building, Ron Brown was traveling, businessmen were coming, but the strategic importance had yet dawned on us. And that's what makes the relationship different today, is the rise of China's power imposes a discipline on both of us that has fundamentally changed the relationship and will for years to come.
Thank you. And Ambassador Saran, there have been several references to the nuclear deal and your own role in it. Meenakshi, in her book, describes you as a brilliant, hawkish negotiator, fully committed to maintaining India's independence and also to the nuclear deal. Would you agree with that description? And would you take us? would you take? Because I haven't heard you being described as hawkish previously, and I think many would.
The first time, Navdeep. No, let me say that I'm not quite sure why I should be described as hawkish by my American counterparts. I think they were as determined to safeguard what they saw as US interests. And I would submit that as an Indian negotiator, it was my job to try and protect Indian equities. And I think in retrospect, we didn't do too bad a job in achieving that, as I think was true also of the American side. But I want to particularly address the issue that you brought up about the role of leaders. And here if you give me 2 minutes, I'd like to share my perspective. One is that there is no, I think, substitute for strategic, convergence or some alignment of interests before countries can do things like the nuclear deal. So I think we cannot say that there was suddenly out of the blue this popped out because President Bush or Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, in a sense, made it happen. No, I think the backdrop to this was a growing convergence of interests, a sense, yes, of China's emergence and what it meant for India and the United States of America. But I would submit not only that. There was also a sense in the United States that here was a country which was growing at the rate of, 8% to 9% per annum. If you recall, Navdeep, at that time, people were talking about India as the next China, the great commercial opportunity that, India's, during the tsunami, you found that India's naval forces were first off the block, in a sense, delivering assistance and supplies to countries all over Southeast Asia. I think it was a combination of these things which really brought about a certain change in perception in the United States that here was a country which was worth aligning with, particularly in terms of what the future is going to be. Which of the countries today would be knowledge societies of the future? I think that question was answered. Yeah, this will be probably one of the countries which will be in the ranks of the knowledge societies of the future. Look at what the Indians are doing in Silicon Valley. These are the guys. So there was that sense. But I would say that, having said that, that kind of alignment of interests are very important. There are occasions where the personality of a leader can tip the balance one way or the other. Maybe a limited role, but it is a very, very critical role. So this is what I have also argued, that during the time that we were negotiating the nuclear deal, we came, and this I mentioned to Meena, that we came at various points to a complete impasse. And for example, I remember when we had this whole business of, whether we should be allowed reprocessing or not as a permanent entitlement. And Steve Hadley said, sorry, it's simply not possible, under our legal system. We can't do it. And it was one of the multilateral meetings, I forget which, where we met President Bush just walking by, and he was very fond of Manmohan Singh. He would say, this is one leader I really relate to, and he's a kind of a guru. I mentioned to Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, why don't you at least mention this to him? And that's what he did. He said, Mr. President, we have this problem. And he calls Steve Hadley and says, my friend is telling me there is this problem. You go and sort it out. And Steve Hadley said, well, this is a bit difficult, because there are legal issues. He said, I don't care. You please go and sort this out. So, there were occasions of that kind. So, in a sense, what I'm trying to convey is that cannot happen unless there is that, strategic, backdrop. But once that backdrop is there, there can be occasions where leaders, depending upon how they perceive the relationship, can make a difference. And I think this certainly was true during the nuclear deal. And the second point, you talked about, spending several hours walking up and down the long corridors in the Congress. Let me tell you again, that was critical in making the nuclear deal happen. Because if the Congress was not on board, we would not have the nuclear deal. Full stop. So, the time and energy which was spent in turning the opinion around in Congress was very critical. And the change, Navdeep, was when I first went to Henry Hyde and tried to convince him that we should have his support. He said, I cannot do that. I'm chairman, I have to be very careful. And here is what my staff is saying, that, this will blow a hole in the non-proliferation, regime. This is not a good idea. Okay, I have heard you, but, we'll see how it goes. And the same Henry Hyde, after the act was passed, and I went to thank him. And what he told me? He said, Mr. Ambassador, this is the proudest moment in my life, that here is an act which really cements our friendship, which carries my name. For me, this is a great privilege. So that is the road we traveled, in a sense. And this is not reflective in terms of the nuclear deal. It is reflective of the road we traveled in the relationship.
So you've covered the role of the leaders at the big picture level, the role of professionals like yourself and Stephen Hadley and so many others who were working on the detailed roadmap, and of the Congress. There was one other element, which is the Indian diaspora. And maybe I can bring Meenakshi in on that first, and then take Ambassador Wisner and your comments about the role that the Indian diaspora has played and perhaps continues to play in the relationship.
Navdeep, I just want to say one thing. I put that description of Shyam on purpose in there, the hawkish that you brought up. And that is actually meant to be a real compliment, because when I spoke to, I obviously spoke to both sides, right? And you can see from speaking to Shyam how he was, in a way, the spine of my my chapter, because he was creating that history. On the other side, of course, I spoke to several of the actors, including Steve Hadley. And the one thing I found was that they had a great respect for Shyam, but they were also quite, I wouldn't say intimidated, because Americans aren't intimidated, but they considered him hawkish because they viewed him as so knowledgeable. They figured that they could not run circles around Shyam. He always knew everything and every detail of the nuclear deal down to the last, millimeter. But they also knew that Shyam was going to hold out for the last inch of his country's interest. So that, as an Indian negotiator, I mean, he from the Indian perspective, he's a true patriot. He got everything that India wanted. So from their perspective, he was hawkish. But from India's perspective, my God, he was like the ultimate brilliant negotiator, because he got everything India wanted. So
coming to the role of the diaspora.
So there you are. That is why it's in there. I just wanted to give that explanation.
Sure. I was just being provocative. That's the job of the moderator, right?
Well, I wanted to make sure that everyone knew why. Everyone has that.
But coming to the role of the Indian American community, Meena, anything you want to add to the role that they've played and continue to play?
That, if you look at today, Prime Minister Modi's sort of using, he certainly cultivated the American Indians as part of his foreign policy, in the US-India relationship. Just look at the Howdy Modi event, the Madison Square Garden event. He likes to invite, everyone from Steny Hoyer down. I mean, he's invited congressmen and including Trump to the Howdy Modi event to show, as I said in the opening of my book, these are people who love me and they will do what I want. If I tell them to vote for you, they'll vote for you, and now there was that great survey that came out that Milan Vaishnav and the Carnegie Endowment did. With the three people did, and that shows how Indian American voters are voting, which I thought was very interesting. I mean, it was a small sample survey, but I think it was really fascinating insight. They tend to all vote Democratic, most of them, but I think that I think the Indian diaspora has really had a meteoric rise in America. And I think that more and more, people like Pramila Jayapal have been quite outspoken about what's going on in India. So it's a double-edged sword for Modi, because on the one hand, you can cultivate the Indian diaspora, and yes, a certain certain number of the Indian diaspora will certainly support him. They certainly seem to support Modi, even if they don't support Republicans. However, there also are people that are going to look at India and not necessarily go along with all the human rights issues that are taking place in India, like Pramila Jayapal. So you're going to, once you start cultivating them, you're going to get both aspects. So India is going to have to figure out how they want to deal with that.
Okay, in the time that I have left, I think I have one question from Ambassador Wisner and one from Ambassador Saran. Ambassador Wisner, in your opinion, the role that the diaspora played post the nuclear tests in doing the damage control, and now in terms of the furthering the nuclear deal, how do you see that evolving?
It's a really important question, and it is an evolving question. When I went to India, a very wise colleague or friend who was a longtime observer of Indian-American relations, said to me, said, Frank, you know, one of the problems of the relationship in the early 1990s, it's like a ship that has no ballast, and that every time the wind blows, the ship moves from side to side, almost founders, and we are back in some crisis mode or another. He said, this will only change when we get ballast. And so when I look at the history of the modern American-Indian relationship, it has been the acquisition of ballast, of which the Indian-American community is a key element. Commerce and trade is an element. Financial connections are an element. Defense cooperation are an element. Strategic cooperation is an element. All of these have added to a certain weight in the relationship. But the Indian-American diaspora relationship is one that in my lifetime has changed significantly. When I first went to India, I remember visiting a number of communities, and they were very discreet and low and very polite. But this began to change during the 1990s. As Indians surged forward elsewhere in American life, so they put their foot down in terms of the relationship. By the time we got to the nuclear deal, there were very strong voices coming out of the Indian American community that this is part of a relationship they wanted. And they were already significant political contributors as well as influential members of their communities and increasingly present in our political life. Now today, we not only have our vice president, but look at the prevalence of Indians on virtually any television screen you want to put on. Look at the composition of our Congress, our state and local governments, in our medical and professional technology communities, literary and intellectual communities. Indians are literally everywhere, and they are not just in numbers important or in their political contributions, but in their overall impact. So I suspect that when I look to the future, to the stabilizers in my analogy of a ship in rough waters, the diaspora is going to be a really key factor in keeping this relationship headed in the right direction.
Thank you. Ambassador Saran.
Sorry. Another reason is because 61% of the people, Indian Americans here, were born in India. So, as long as, and migration is, H-1B visas, about, 75% of them are given to Indians. So as long as the increase in Indian Americans is due to immigration, and you keep, and the number of Indian-born Indian Americans is that high, you're going to have people who live here deeply interested in what's going on in India. It's the second generation that tends to lose interest, but people who are born in India are always going to be interested in what's going on in India. That's probably quite high, 61%.
Absolutely. Ambassador, Meenakshi makes a very interesting point somewhere in the book that the relationship, and I think she's quoting somebody, that the relationship is a bit Dickensian. It kind of fluctuates between great expectations and hard times. And so you've seen the kind of volatility from one administration to another, from a change in government in India to a change in administration in DC. We were on a bit of a high in terms of the last few years, and now we've got the Biden administration come in. There are some who say the adults are back in the room. There are others who would say, with Jake Sullivan in the White House, Bill Burns in CIA, these are known persons who know India and the India Connect quite well. And so we don't have to go back to the drawing boards to start from the first base again. And yet, there are also those other concerns that these are friends who will also critique us on whether it's on human rights issues or on other matters that we may be sensitive about. How do you see the relationship going forward in the context of whatever Meenakshi has been saying in her book?
So you spoke about the sort of oscillation in the relationship. Let me put it to you that the oscillation has become somewhat narrower. Not that we have got rid of that oscillation, but perhaps the swings are not as wide as they may have been in the past, and that is a plus point. Second point I would like to make is that as I said, leaders can't do very much unless you have that strategic underpinning. So the good news is that the strategic underpinning has not really changed very much over the last few years, despite the fact that there has been a change of government in India, there has been change of administration in the United States, but that basic underlay of looking at the future, how important it is for the two countries to work together in terms of maintaining a certain balance in a very dramatically changing geopolitical landscape, I think that is here to stay. It could be complicated by, for example, the issues of human rights, the some of the actions taken by the government in India. To those who think that will not matter, I would say they will matter. So if somebody believes that because the strategic sort of logic is so strong, we need not worry about this, I think you should worry about this. So I'm not one of those who thinks that that can be put aside, particularly with this administration. So it could have been more transactional with the Trump administration. I suspect that it will not be so transactional anymore with this administration. So this is where the personality or the perspective of the leader does count. And here I would say that yes, to a certain extent, it is an advantage to have people who are familiar with India, people who have worked together with India. Bill Burns is somebody who I actually worked with during the latter half of the negotiations on the nuclear deal. These are all very fine professionals and they are very knowledgeable about India. But sometimes being very knowledgeable about India can be a negative rather than a positive. So I think that is why I'm saying that we need to be a little careful on how we see that as an asset. Lastly, I would say that my sense is, and I may be wrong, my sense is that if I see the first declarations by Biden, some of the statements made by his cabinet colleagues, India is not as high on the priority list as it was before. Again, as I said, maybe I'm wrong, but I find that the speech that, for example, Biden made at the State Department, which was really laying out his foreign policy, there was not a single mention of India. So when you have people who are professionals and who know India, and yet in that speech, there is not one reference to India. To me, it does indicate, not that they were deliberately trying to give a message to India, but I think it reflects the fact that over the last several years, India's strategic heft, in a sense, has diminished. Relatively speaking, it has diminished. And that is a matter of concern going forward. I think we have to work maybe harder in terms of keeping this relationship in good repair than was perhaps necessary in the past.
Okay, I'm getting signals that we are almost out of time. Ambassador Wisner, 1 minute, any crystal ball gazing?
Yeah, I share Shyam's confidence about the trajectory of the relationship, and it's rooted in strategic necessity. I'm less troubled by the fact that Joe Biden didn't mention India, because I think if you start with the Quad, you look at the China issue, these are all facts that are going to bind us to India and vice versa. But we have to be careful. And the key to managing this relationship is, if you will, being a constant and able gardener, taking out the weeds so that the rest of the garden continues to do well. There are two areas. Shyam has underscored sensitivities on the human rights front, but also trade issues. They have multiplied in recent years in a very damaging manner, undercutting confidence in the American business community in its prospects in India, as India has acquired a more protectionist outlook. So these two areas can be managed. I am absolutely confident, because I believe in the end, the core pillars of the relationship are so strong. The values of our democracy and the strategic imperative of managing China power.
Meenakshi, from Truman to Trump and beyond, 30 seconds, last words.
Well, if you take a look at China, what made China so critical in the world? It wasn't that they were exporting some cultural, their culture or anything else. It was really that they had economic strength. So if you look at India's growth prospects, the growth prospects for the next couple of years don't look so rosy. And the other thing that made it very attractive for the US was that it was a vibrant democracy in a landscape that didn't have that many democracies. So, the US looked at it recently, certainly, as an ally, especially against China. So if we erode either of those two things, then I think we dim our sort of value. And I think that we need to make sure that in India that hard work is done on both those fronts to make sure that we ensure that we maintain all the democratic institutions. Otherwise, it's going to be a dilemma, I think, for this administration for sure.
Ambassador Wisner, thank you very much. Ambassador Saran, thank you very much. And
what a privilege to be with you.
Wonderful book. We could have gone on this conversation for much longer, but we're coming to the end. Sanjoy, back to you.
Thank you, Meenakshi, Ahamed, Shyam, Saran, Frankie, Wisner, Navdeep, Suri, for this incredible session. I think what it does, this book, is sort of gives us a sense of what went wrong and puts into place the issue that was primarily about cultural differences between these two great democracies. I hope everybody, both in Washington and in India, read this book and make sense of our relationship and take it forward from here on. We thank Fever FM for supporting the session, and of course our celebration partners Diageo. Like to thank and place on record our deep appreciation to the Department of Culture and Art here in the government of Rajasthan. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience. Where else would you be able to take in the wonders of the Amer Fort, Jaipur and Rajasthan than here at the Jaipur Literature Festival? Do remember to stay logged on. You can watch sessions either the front lawn or the Darbar Hall. And of course, do remember to order your books from Amazon online. Visit our art and artisans site, Earth Fables. And if you can, please do support us by pressing on that contribute tag. Till we meet again, stay safe, stay protected. We are being protected by Dettol.
वो राहें नहीं आसान, वो एक किस्सा जो हर किसी से है अनजान, ना तवज्जो मेरे किसी अरमान की, ना फिक्र मेरे पहचान की। मेरा जिस्म एक कला है, मगर मेरा अस्तित्व एक बला है। मेरा अंजाम हर मोड़ पर किसी और ने तय किया, मेरे नजरिए को तो खुद तहजीब ने बयां किया। वो तहजीब जिसने पवित्रता की बेड़ियों में मुझे बांध दिया। मेरे कदम बढ़ने पर, नजरें उठने पर मैंने दायरों को लांघ दिया। मानो तो ये गद्दारी की मशाल है, मगर इन दायरों को मुझे तोड़ना फिलहाल है। धन्यवाद।
We tackle journalism, technology, policy, and investment in news.
It's a platform to listen to voices from across the spectrum.
There should be an attrition between a journalist and the people in power.
Your target audience is actually a wider world. And it's your job to communicate to the wider world.
Sadly, we are moving out of news and moving into an era of views.
लोगों को ही क्योंकि गलत जानकारी दी गई है, सही बात बताने से लोग बदलते हैं।
The people in power do not want you to tell a story that makes them look stupid.
The fact is today that television across the board is bleeding. We don't have that kind of money, those kind of budgets anymore.
Your main motivation is to keep sort of pushing the envelope in terms of quality of content.
Even going forward for digital, the people who will succeed are people who will have content which people want to pay for.
Media is calling out media, whether you're on this side or that side, depending on what positions you're taking.
Media must be covered robustly, questions must be asked. In fact, media is much more powerful now than before.
On one hand, you want to be able to do the news independently. And perhaps India has never needed that more than today.
With social media, we can actually get our communities together and help build institutions bottom up. So we don't have to wait for government.
The impact from this kind of immersive technologies is significantly larger than the other kind of fast to consume technology.
Changing the way people write headlines to suit, platforms is what is the downside of technology.
हजार बल्ब जला देने से आप रात को छुपा तो नहीं सकते ना, वो दिन तो नहीं हो जाएगा, वो तो रात ही रहेगी।
If I want to stand up for something, it's because I want to stand up for something. It doesn't mean that everybody else has to stand up for something.
The financial underpinnings of news has fallen off a cliff, basically.
There is a new trend also that you may not completely believe in the ideology that you're presenting, but you will do it because it's a popular thing to do it.
It is the nature of our people. We will politicize what is apolitical, and what is political we will want to suppress.
Corporatization of media, as Rajiv said, is not new. And one of the things that we see in India is people, especially journalists, and forgive me for saying this at a media forum, sneering down at business and corporates. Oh, we are independent.
We will invest in those organizations which have a deep commitment to telling the story as it is, and a deep commitment to ensuring that quality standards are always kept very high.
The whole business of creating content is now one which is so sort of vexed with questions of what the backlash will be.
With depth or without depth, I don't think it should be problematic to make fun of anybody.
The idea of liberating commentary, speech, news, reporting into the hands of anybody who wants to use it is an immense step forward, really.
As comedians, we have way more flexibility. We can have a strong opinion and we can propagate it in whatever language we want because we're comedians. Whereas I think journalists don't have that freedom.
निशानी इंगलारे पिंगला सुक मन जोवे जोवे रे जोवे जोवे रे जोवे श्वेत जा फहरानी गगन मां आवाज होवे जीना 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 कहे कबीर सुनो भाई साधु साधु रे साधु साधु रे साधु अगम निगम की बानी गगन मां आवाज होवे जीना 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 कोई सुनता है गुरु जानी गगन मां आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे जीना 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 आवाज होवे
Our podcast partner for this session is Launchora.
We're delighted to welcome you to the 14th Jaipur Literature Festival protected by Dettol. This session is presented by One India. It's our pleasure to present Sports and a Billion Dreams 2021. Pulela Gopichand, Mithali Raj, Mansi Joshi in conversation with Boria Majumdar. Sports and a Billion Dreams 2021 is a huge sporting year with the postponed Olympics and Paralympics and the Men's World Cup scheduled back to back. The Women's World Cup is also a year away in February 2022. From the recent evidence of the Australia series, it's clear that through sport, a new India is speaking out. An India that isn't divided, that isn't toxic, and one that is secular and vibrant. This panel, which includes some of India's best athletes and para-athletes, men and women, who are all great stories themselves, will celebrate the spirit of a new India and look ahead at the huge year in prospect. They will be in conversation with Boria Majumdar, who has documented their stories in his books on cricket and Olympic sport. Pulela Gopichand is a badminton player who won 5 national championships between 1996 and 2000. During this period, he also won 2 gold medals at the National Games of 1998. His international career kick-started in 1991 when he was chosen to represent the Indian team against Malaysia. He made big strides at the highest level after winning 2 gold medals at the SAARC Badminton Championship. His crowning glory came in 2001 when he became just the second Indian after Prakash Padukone to win the prestigious All England Championships. The famous All England Championship win came at a small cost as Gopi was blighted by injuries. This is when he decided to take up coaching, open a world-class training facility and impart his experience to young players. One of the most elegant batters in world cricket, Mithali Raj first gave a glimpse of her class with her performance with the Willow at a tender age of 19, where she scored 214 runs against England in the second and final test at Taunton. Her calm and composed batting style has always grabbed eyeballs. She led India to their first World Cup final in 2005 and 2017 and first ever Test series victory in England in 2006. Mansi Joshi is an Indian para-athlete and a change maker. She is the current Para Badminton Player Championship gold medalist and a national award winner for Best Sportsperson with a Disability in India. Beginning her professional journey in 2015, at present she is ranked world number 2 in women's signals SL3. She was recently recognized by BBC as one of the 100 most inspirational and powerful women across the world in 2020. An advocate of rights for people with disability, Mansi was recently listed as the Next Generation Leader 2020 by Time magazine and appeared on their Asia cover, making her the first para-athlete in the world and the first Indian athlete to receive such recognition. Presently, she is employed with Bharat Petroleum Corporation Limited as a sportsperson and trains at Gopichand Academy, where she is currently preparing to qualify at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics to be held later this year. Boria Majumdar, a Rhodes Scholar, is the author of multiple books on Indian sport and its history. His most recent publications include 11 Gods and a Billion Indians and Dreams of a Billion, India and the Olympic Games, which he's co-written with Nalin Mehta. He's written over 1,500 columns and has been covering international sports for 2 decades. Please do remember to comment by typing it into the comment section. Ladies and gentlemen, Sport and a Billion Dreams 2021. Pulela Gopichand, Mithali Raj and Mansi Joshi in conversation with Boria Majumdar.
Hi, on behalf of everybody and my panel, welcome to Sports and a Billion Dreams 2021. As you've already heard, Just a couple of lines from me. Each of these people on my panel today, Pullela Gopichand, Mithali Raj, and Mansi Joshi, are a personal inspiration to me and to actually a billion people. Gopi, for one, is one who I call my hero. And I will not say that for many, because in terms of lifestyle, in terms of commitment, in terms of everything, Mansi, from what she has achieved at this age and what the journey that she has been through, absolute legend of our sport. And Mithali, again, I mean, someone who I call family. From 2005 to 2020, the journey that she has traveled, and with her, the women's game has traveled. Just now, by the way, 5 minutes back, her team has been announced by the BCCI that she will lead out in Lucknow on the 7th of March, and we know what she has achieved. So first question to you, Gopi, before I go to my two ladies on the panel. First question to you. When we wrote India, the Olympic book, it was a different world. It was pre-COVID. And over the last 1 year or so, how tough has it been for you and your students? And looking ahead at Tokyo now, which now seems real, are you confident that countries which have been able to manage COVID better, take China, take Australia, take New Zealand, here it's been very turbulent. Are you still confident that you will be able to deliver what you did for India in 2012 and 2016? And tell me a little bit about your journey.
Thanks, Boria. I think this year has been tough, as you said. We started off the blocks a bit later than some of the other countries because they had isolations, quarantines done, and people were training in sanitized environments long before we had started. But having said that, the last few months for sport in general and badminton have been pretty decent. Especially for our top players, I think things have been back to normal in the last, say, 5 months or 6 months. So I'm happy with the way they have progressed. And since there is time more till the Olympics, I'm confident that our players will do well at the Games. When I started my journey, and I was in 1991, we never thought we had a team which went to play the 92 Olympics and 96 Olympics. Never did we even dream of a medal, even a remote chance for a medal. The biggest we thought was to qualify. And today, I'm happy that at least we go in, and whichever event we qualify in, we go in with the prospect to win a medal. We have a world champion in Sindhu going there. We have a medalist in Sai going there, and also somebody like Satvik and Chirag who've been really doing well going there for sure. The rest, I'm hoping that we can have in the next few months and in the last few tournaments, some more players who could qualify, and we will definitely go in with a strong chance for a medal in Tokyo.
Okay, before I go to Mithali and Mansi, 2012 you've given us Saina and the medal in London. 16 you've given us Sindhu, and both of us covered that journey together. Are you giving us 2020 with the doubles team? Are you because this country needs hope, and for me Jaipur stands for hope. Give me something as start of the session. Are you giving me Mansi Joshi? Are you telling me that we have para, we have able-bodied? Are you telling me that? Tell me at the start of the session. Give me something.
There is definitely happy news. I'm very confident that between our para athletes and also our men's doubles, which you asked specifically, and of course the women's singles and the men's singles, we definitely will better our medals from what we did in Rio.
Okay. Mithali, if I can come to you, August you leave your house to go to Bangalore and train when the country was seeing 100,000 COVID cases. September was the peak. Even then, Mithali Raj was going alone, hiring a trainer and getting ready for the women's T20 challenge. You've achieved everything. You've been finalist and captain of the team, which has made the final twice. You are a legend in your sport. What keeps you going? And then thoughts, obviously, the second part. You will lead that team for the tricolor on the 7th of March in Lucknow again. 22 coming, the World Cup. Thoughts on your journey and resumption post-COVID?
To talk about my journey, I think it ran parallel to the evolution of women's cricket. in our country from, say, I started in 1999 when women cricketers or women's cricket was not very popular. People were quite ignorant about the sport itself in our country. So growing up was difficult, not much of resources or facilities for women cricketers back in the 90s. But things started to roll once we came under BCCI in 2007. The major part was the contract which the players have started to get. They've become a contracted players, and the sort of series that been organized and the structured domestic circuit. I think these have really given us a lot of young players in today's time. You've seen players making a debut at 18, 19 because they are exposed to so much of matches and cricket around the globe with the leagues. And we, of course, have our own women's T20 challenge. I'm sure in a couple of years' time, it will graduate to a full-fledged IPL for women. And talking about COVID, as Gopi rightly said, all of us have struggled in the last year. There was a lot of chaos around. A lot of sports did take a backseat, and especially sports persons or people who have been invested in sport. Yes, you were right that I traveled to Bangalore because not in every city the facilities have not really opened out, and I wanted to prepare for the Women's T20 Challenge, which was happening after good 8-9 months of active cricket that I was part of. It was important for the girls to put up a good show, and so it is required that as professional athletes, if we are going to compete, we rather prepare ourselves and be our best. And talking what motivates me is that, if I'm going to represent India at international level, I have to be at my optimum best, and I would make every effort and do all the hard work required to be there, because I am representing millions of people, and there is a team which is behind me, so I can't be anywhere less than 100%. So that is, and I truly believe preparation is very important, because that is something is in our hands. And if I can put in the hard work and inspire many other young girls to take up that and work hard, we are building a strong team for the future, and that will lay a foundation for the other young girls to come in.
Okay, a follow-up before I go to Mansi. Say, take a Shefali Verma. I mean, 17, 18, we were told and we've learned that she had to dress as a boy to be able to train. Will that happen again? Will we spare our girls that trauma? Have you people achieved enough according to you, or have we as men failed this country that Shefali had to go through what she did? Do you think we've achieved enough in the women's game that there will not be a repeat of a Shefali Verma?
I would say that we still have a long way to go, but I guess these such players definitely are sort of an example for the society that, given equal opportunities to the young girls or to women in respective fields, I'm sure they can do a lot more things. But unfortunately, the way we are brought up in the past, it requires a lot of shift in our perspective, in our mindset, to see women, to see girls as equal and give them the sort of resources and facilities that you would give any other person to make a mark in their field. And there are many young girls, if you've seen social media, very tiny girls like 4 or 5 years old, that they have put up videos about they playing cricket. So that gives me a lot of hope that yes, things are changing, but at a gradual pace.
Okay, Mansi, 2 questions to you. One, from a personal standpoint, how are you looking at the Olympics this year, the Para Games? Because if I, as an analyst, am supposed to understand, I am far more hopeful about the Paralympics than the able-bodied, because I think we won 4 in Rio. There is every reason to believe we will cross 10. So how are you looking at it from the personal standpoint and from the standpoint of the para team? And do you think Tokyo can realistically be called India's watershed moment as far as the Paralympics are concerned? Your thoughts?
So thank you, Mr. Majumdar, for your question. I think Tokyo 2020 is also going to change how we in India are perceiving parasport, how we are consuming parasports. And as you said, previously we had 4 medals at Paralympics 2016, and this year at 2021 we are hoping for a double-digit count. And the best thing about the whole 2020 Paralympic Games that para badminton is getting introduced for the first time. It's making its debut at the Paralympic Games. So we as para badminton players, we all want to be called as Paralympians, because as athletes, we need the tag Olympian, Paralympians, and we as para athletes wish to be called as Paralympians. On personal note, as you are aware, my singles event is not going to be an event at Paralympic Games. I'm trying to qualify through mixed doubles and women's doubles. I do have a chance. I'm not leaving it behind. And I'm very hopeful that, I make it, me and my partner, we both make it for Paralympics 2021.
Yeah, and just to push you, would you agree that this will be the revolution? And am I realistic in saying that 10 is the threshold at least that we will win in terms of parasports? If I remember right, 118 athletes, 4 medals compared to the able-bodied, obviously the ratio was far, far better as far as the para games are concerned in Rio. So I expect that to get better this time in Tokyo.
Yes, definitely. I think number of players, number of events at Paralympic Games are comparatively higher, and I think with that we also see a lot of medals at Paralympics 2020. And yes, I can use this word, it will be a watershed moment for Paralympic Games or India at Paralympic Games, and you will see Paralympians doing great. In the month of December, you will have that number of people as to be called as Paralympians. The number is going to be very high. This is what we
Okay, just for the audience, Mansi's internet might be a little unstable, so you've got to allow that, because all of these people are training. So Gopi, for example, is training his students, Mansi is training for the games, and Mithali is getting herself ready for the resumption of the series. So they are in different parts of the country. So allow us this little bit of internet instability, because to get these people on the same stage for this virtual session has been quite extraordinary, and all of them agreeing to be part of it has been quite extraordinary. Gopi, coming to you, now I ask you not simply as a badminton person, but as one who is an inspiration for Indian Olympic sport. On a day when, for example, a Manika Batra wins a national championship, on a day when something happens in shooting, which is exactly about 10 days back, and the same day the IPL auction happens where 30 crores are splurged on 2 players, Manika Batra doesn't receive 2 lines in a national newspaper, and the IPL auction gets 1 page. Are you still upset about it, or you've come to terms with it and say, to hell with it, I will continue with my job? You're on mute, Gopi. You're on mute. Yeah.
Well, if I were to get upset, there was no point, because there's nothing you can do about it, for one. I remember, and this is when 1996, I remember I beating Paul-Erik Høyer-Larsen, who was the Olympic champion. And I beat him, and I remember clearly on the phone in an ISD booth from Austria, I call up my mom to check if it has been reported in the papers in India. She said yes, but truly she just lied, because there was nothing which was reported. It was those moments where athletes feel happy that their performances are recognized. We've come a long way from there to where we are in badminton. Maybe in some sports we still haven't got there. But I think as somebody who's gone through this journey, I think as athletes, if we let go of that urge, that eagerness, or that want to be perceived or looked at by public, I think it's better, because it's always going to be one-sided in a lot of sense from many sports. And it's better we come to terms with that rather than fight the fact that we are not going to receive, or all sport is never going to be equal. And there will definitely be favorite sports. There will be favorite athletes. Even in mixed doubles, 2 people win the same event. One will get far more praise than the other. One will get far more press, and one might get far more sponsors. So I think just to compare would be a definite sure way of making ourselves unhappy. So I think put your head down, work, and then if the world notices, great. If it doesn't, also it should not matter.
But on the same note, give me a sense of the progress in badminton. I remember you telling me a statistic in terms of the number of players who now participate compared to where it was to where it has come. Give me a sense of how the sport has grown.
think when I was playing, so I could safely say the number of people who are actually playing sport in the country at the men's and women's level put together were not more than about 50 or 60. That number, and in fact dwindled further as time went by. From the 80s to the 90s, it actually went down. And in almost 2008, 2007 also, we would have a few tournaments which were cancelled because we couldn't get the mandatory eight people in the tournament. That's how things were. Today, we go to a tournament where it's 13, 15. One is earlier, all junior nationals used to have all events together. Today, we have each event by itself. And then we have almost 3,000 entries in an under 13 event. Under 15, 17 would have 2,500, 3,000 entries. So the numbers have grown tremendously. The number of courts in Hyderabad, if I remember, would be about 5 or 6 when I was growing up. The entire city had maybe 5 or 6 courts. And today they're probably about 2,000 courts. So I think we're just looking at the whole sport being exploded. People confident of taking up the sport, people investing in the sport. And I think it's wonderful from that perspective that sport has taken a huge change.
Okay. Mithali, if I can come to you on that sport has taken a huge change. When you left for the 2017 World Cup, there were hardly any journalists. And by the way, what Gopi said in terms of getting reported, it's a reflection on us, not the athletes, including myself. We, the media, we have failed them, not the other way around. So the blame is on us. It is on us to rectify it. Mithali, 2017, when you left, there were hardly any journalists. When you came back, the airport was flooded with journalists at 2 a.m. in the morning, and we were seeing a revolution. 2 parts again. One, do you think 2017 made the game? And the second, we have made 2 finals, 17, 20. What is it? Do our women and men, because the men's team is in the same boat, why is it that we are not being able to cross the final hurdle? Is it mentality? Are we mentally weak? Are we... Mithali?
Sorry, I lost you there.
Yeah, did you get the question?
Yeah, I got your questions.
Yeah.
I think 2017 was sort of a watershed moment for women's cricket. Despite being in women's cricket for so many years, I've never really seen the sort of, marketing and publicity being done for the 2017 World Cup by the ICC, by ECB, who hosted the World Cup. I think it had a lot to do with the way they've marketed the sport during the period and promoted it on social media. And the first win that India had against the host has set the tone for the World Cup. And since then, everybody started to follow. Many people around the world have started to follow women's cricket. So yes, getting into the World Cup, I think not many people have rated us very high getting into the 2017 World Cup. But I guess it's always good to be underdogs without any pressure, getting in there and doing your job. Talking about the 2017 and 2020 World Cup finals, I think that as India, we've not really played too many World Cup finals, one. Second is that, yes, the pressure of playing the final is very different no matter how many World Cups that you play. I've been part of 5 World Cups now, and out of which 2 World Cups I've experienced playing the final. But having said that, the expectation, the pressure, the anxiety and everything is just the same. I believe that, at least I can speak for women's cricket, that I think that somewhere when we play the bilateral series, Indian women's team always wins the series, but we end up losing the last game. So maybe there is sort of a pattern. I think as a captain, I could sense maybe when we get into the World Cup, we do very well to the build up to the final. But when it comes to that one game which can change things, maybe somewhere we are putting in a lot of pressure on ourselves to deliver on that particular day. I think with experience, because 2017 World Cup, we had young Smriti Mandhana, we had young Deepti Sharma. So now these players who got into the 2017 World Cup as raw and inexperienced are experienced with 4 or 5 years under their belt. So I'm sure the coming World Cups, coming series, we can see a lot more experienced players who are exposed to these kind of environment, and they can step up and do well, and maybe India can finally probably come to a point where we can cross that hurdle in the 2022 World Cup.
Okay, so let me say this. Mithali Raj was working on her autobiography. The reason that she has delayed the publication is she's basically waiting till 22. So she's delayed the biopic as well. Why? Because Taapsee Pannu will hold that World Cup trophy a la Mithali Raj, and she will publish the autobiography and then come to Jaipur in 2022 after winning that trophy. That's the last thing missing from her cabinet. And that will be a wish come true moment for everybody. Mansi, when I went to Gopi's Academy last to shoot that documentary, and I was actually just standing and watching you train, and it was fantastic to see you train. Give me a sense, since you started in your sport, have things actually improved? Are we more sensitive now? Are we concerned? Have the facilities been better? Obviously, Khel Ratna being given to parasport and all that is surface. But below that, I mean, beneath the surface, if we scratch the surface, has there been real change? What are your thoughts on that? And what do you still want to see as far as parasport is concerned?
This is a very tough question. But Mr. Majumdar, what I have seen in last few years, we have seen a lot of change in the people's mindset. I have seen change in parents' mindset. Parents who have children with disabilities, they are now making their children play sports, pursue sports. I am seeing a change in infrastructure, the newer development that we see, the newer infrastructure. I see them accessible. And I see a lot of people with disabilities picking up para sports. I'm not saying badminton, I'm saying para sports over here, because I think sports is actually definition with disabilities and here in India. Of course, we have a long way to go. I think the changes that have happened, it's just in the cities, but I think in rural areas and even in urban areas, I do know that a lot of change is required. And the first thing that I see as a change is the mindset. And what I think Paralympics does is that it does not only give inspiration and hope. Paralympics as a movement, it also helps in development of science and technology. It helps in innovation. And this is what I'm seeing. You'll be surprised that, in para badminton, or I'll say in para sports, the cheetah leg, the blade prosthetic that you see, that innovation happened only because of Paralympics taking place, because of demand, because of requirement. And these prosthetics are made for forward motion. Now in badminton, we require a sideways motion. We require a backward movement. And I have been asked by prosthetic companies, I've been asked like, what are your requirements? What are the changes you require in prosthetics? So, this is where we see changes. Changes not only at a very basic level, I'll say in the mindset, but I see the change happening at innovation level. I see the change happening in society, in the government, and definitely rewarded when all our medals get same recognition at central level with cash awards. We have media covering para sports with equal importance now, and we see people writing about para sports and giving the due credit to all the para sports persons. So I think with 2021 taking place, or Paralympics taking place, I think India will be the next superpower in next 8 years, I think, at Paralympics.
Fascinating answer. I mean, unbelievably interesting, the answer about technology. Gopi, if I can come to you and sort of change track a little bit. We've been speaking about wins and medals and elite athletes, basic fundamentals, grassroots, and people like us who will never win medals, but also need to remain fit for a better India. Are you seeing physical literacy becoming people's concern post-COVID? Have you seen health and hygiene become centrally important to people's lives, something you have advocated over the years? Khelo India, is it actually a real motto, or is it a government slogan to win votes? What is your sense? Are we actually becoming a culturally aware sporting nation of sorts? Has COVID helped that? Your thoughts on physical literacy?
Well, I think very interesting Bodhya, about a few things, and what Mansi had said also. I think it's amazing. From a parasport perspective, just to add to what Mansi said, I think she's been somebody who's really been inspirational. For us today at the academy, we almost have 10 athletes who are para, and we train them, and we're looking for more athletes who can train. And there's a technology, we only have forward motion. We want only toe related thing. We want the heel to be also used. So that's another technological aspect. But coming back to physical literacy, I think in the last few years, when we've looked at sport, we've definitely seen a definite improvement in the government's on the citizens' attitude towards sport. We have the Prime Minister of the country talking about sport in the highest platform. I think that was very, very important to consistently in Mann Ki Baats talk about sports persons, and the need for fitness was something which was very important. In the last few years, we also have seen a lot of parents say that moving away from traditional professions and look at sport as a career. The COVID scenario has actually enhanced or furthered that cause even more, because today people look at sport from a health and hygiene perspective. They're looking at immunity perspective. They're looking at kids' health a lot more deeply, mental health a lot more deeply. So I think sport has a huge value, and we are slowly starting to recognize it. And I think we have done well in the last maybe 8-10 years, and the COVID scenario has actually brought this thing even further. And I'm very hopeful that the projects, whether it's Khelo India or Fit India, are actually doing very well, whether it's yoga, Khelo India, Fit India. I think all of them are doing well. But I think with one of the things with the way India works, in the sense we had this huge software boom, and then later we realized that we don't have the infrastructure. Like that, we had the huge pharma boom, and then we realized that we don't have the raw material or the infrastructure. Similarly, in sport as well, we have the huge boom, but still the structure needs to be need to be worked at the structure level. I'm happy that we've made progress, but I think it's also important to put a structure in place in the next few years.
Okay. I will start taking questions, and I'm getting quite a flood of questions here, which is being sent by our backend team at Jaipur Lit Fest. So I'll take them in about 3 minutes from now. But before that, let me make this point. I mean, to have a sport session, and not as a token, but as a serious sport session every year, Jaipur Literature Festival have supported what we have tried in this country to mainstream sport. Sport cannot be that physical education period, SUPW, we used to call it, instead of socially useful productive work, we used to look at it in ways all of us know. America changed to kinesiology because the mathematics teacher was always given more importance than the sports teacher. Sports teacher to faltu hai. So that mentality needs to change also in this country. You know, my point about sport, 2 points. One, in sport, you learn to fail. Gopi has lost far more than he has won. Same with Mithali, same with Mansi. And in each of these cases, what has happened is they have lost in public, they have failed in public. So if I fail in an exam, which I will, and I have the liberty and the thing to come and moan in private. Unfortunately for these people, they will have to moan and sort of face the consequences in public, now also social media, where they will get trolled and badgered. But the good thing about sport is next day, they will win in public. They will recuperate with their friends and family and coaches, and they will come and win in public and make a statement to everybody. So that is what sport does. The only thing that does that. And you know what, for me, is the only constant in life. The only constant is fandom. If I'm a Mithali Raj fan, which I am, a Pullela Gopichand fan, which I am, and a Mansi Joshi fan, which I am, I can have a change in my health habits, my food habits, I can have a problem with my girlfriend or my wife. I can have 100 issues. My political leanings might change, but a Sachin Tendulkar fan at the age of 6 will die a Sachin Tendulkar fan at the age of 80. That is the only constant about sport that I believe. Mithali Raj, first question for you from Vedant Sharma. My question is for Mithali. Do you think with incarnation of COVID-19, the limelight which women's cricket had started to get will again go down? I mean, obviously you understand what the question is. Will again go down with spectators hesitant to come and witness the game?
Well, I think of course, the COVID has impacted women's cricket like the other sports as well. But I think we need to find a rhythm again. And with the series, with the South Africa home series that we are playing from 7th March, which will be televised live, I think it will cater to everybody who can follow it on different platforms. Yes, I mean, we enjoy playing in front of the crowd, but considering the precautionary measures, but the sport is out there, it's a live sport, and everybody will get to watch it. We can again start, getting into the rhythm, start winning matches, and I'm sure women's cricket will find its followers again.
Okay. This is for Mansi from Pariniti. Loved Mansi, you talking about the technological reforms in sport and sports training. What do you think we as a nation need to do to make sports accessible to students with disability in school? I see many elite schools just have sport as a subject with no actual training.
Well, this is also a question I think I want to ask people who are listening, that what are we doing for people with disabilities who are around us? I think the first thing that we should be doing right now is change our attitudes, because sport is not only a tool to be fit. Sports is also a medium which helps you to empower it, which enhances your personality. And I think as people with disabilities, if they're listening, I would like to tell everyone that, as we have disabilities, we have to work harder than everybody else, and still we won't get noticed. And we will have to speak up till we just get an access from one place to other. So, yes, definitely accessibility is the issue. But I do see that, now physical fitness trainers or PT teachers in the school are actually encouraging students with disabilities to take up and pursue para sports. I know so many students with disabilities who are pursuing multiple para sports and who are giving their 100% at SAI centers, at the academy, at wherever they are training. So I think the first person to spot a talent is actually in school. And I think the PT teachers or physical education teachers are the first people to spot this talent. And I think they will be the ones who will be changing how we will have more and more younger para athletes in our country.
Okay. Gopi, this is for you from Shubham. He asks two parts actually. Do you think the sports management system in India needs reform? Now that's a huge question, but if you can sort of decode it. And the second part to it is, you are a coach who has sort of given us many star women athletes. So sports women and women athletes, do they still need more facilities compared to men? Your thoughts?
Well, sports administration needs a lot of understanding and policy. I think for one, if we can actually demarcate who is, and this is a problem which is unique for, in a way, India, because we are neither a Western world or an Eastern world in that sense. We are not a club culture like in Europe. Now are we a totally government culture like in maybe a China or a Korea or those countries? Or are we a university set up in a capitalist kind of a work like say in the US? So we have multiple people involved in sport, whether it's associations, state governments, central governments, individual academies, individual organization, institutions, universities. We have a lot of people working without clear demarcations. So I think to be able to get that journey of an athlete from one stage to another, where each one's roles are very clear, is something which we can do. At the end of the day, the entire system should be athlete-centric. That would be very important, that the benefit, the progress of the athlete is of utmost importance. But a coach-led athlete-centric and a system-driven, supported, sports science-supported system is what we should look for. So we need understanding. Most importantly, we need all the stakeholders to come together and draw a common platform and a plan, so that whatever is happening in the country should be part of that overall plan. And for that, we need somebody strong from a government perspective to get all these players and then make that roadmap.
Okay, Gopi, I'll take one more because this is from a young man, and I've got 3 more minutes on my panel. So then I'll go to closing comments. So quick 1 minute answer from you from Madhav. He asks, with UPSC, engineering and medicine being popular career options, how do we as students of sport who love sport convince our parents or cajole our parents to let us pursue sport as a career?
Well, I think today there's a lot more opportunity than there's been ever before. And I do believe that the way things are unfolding and the way the progress of the trajectory is, I do believe that sport careers have a long way to go. And one thing we need to remember about sport is whether you win or lose in sport, whether you win medals or lose medals, you will still be a winner. I think the yardstick for sporting success need not be medals. And you don't have to sacrifice education in that sense. You can continue to do it, maybe at a lesser level. But I think eventually when you come out of sport, you will be much stronger and much more productive. And the lessons you've learned from sport will be very, very valuable. And you'll definitely be successful in sport. That's in life is what I would say.
Anubhav, my friend, don't send me more questions. Unfortunately, I've got 3 minutes, so I've got to go for closing comments. Flood of questions coming, which means at least people have watched us, which means sport has relevance. Mansi, to you first. If there's, obviously this session has been one of hope for me and to everyone listening. Clearly, Tokyo, whether for parasport, and I hope you make it, obviously parasport will be a revolution. What's the way forward? I mean, frankly, again, after the Olympics, 6 months of euphoria, cash awards, Khel Ratnas, and then the dip. Then again, we wake up, that Abhinav statement, and Olympics is not every 4 years, it's every day. If we have to make it every day, what do we need to do in this country? Mansi Joshi, closing comments.
I think first thing we need to do right now is encourage more people to pursue sports. They should understand that sports is, as Gopi sir said, it's not only about winning medals. It's if you play a sport, you're actually winning. And I think that is the attitude we all should be having. If you want to become sports person, be the best. Try, give your 100%. And I think with Paralympics happening this year, I think I am hopeful that more and more people will pick up para sports. More and more people will change the attitudes of not only the whole country, but also every small area that they are living in. And I think this is what sport does. It changes. And this is what I want to see in future.
Mithali Raj, to you. I mean, to have done what you've done in the last 2 decades, unbelievable. But still a certain distance to go, because equal pay is still some distance away. We have seen Australia implement it. We have seen tennis implement it. We have seen that in other parts of the world. How far are you in that journey? And will that be the real crusade for Indian women? And second part to that question, Virat Kohli's team, and I keep saying this to you all the time, it's called the Indian team. Why is it that the Mithali Raj team is the Indian women's team? It's the Indian team as well. Why can't we simply say it? It's the Indian team that's playing the World Cup. Mithali Raj, closing comments.
I think as far as pay grade is concerned, yes, where men's cricket has reached, it's gone through its own journey. So is women's cricket. And it's just a matter of winning one World Cup, whether it's one-day format or T20 format. If the team wins one World Cup, then the sort of branding that the sport itself will garner in our country, I think then we definitely will pull a lot many people to come and watch us, and the sort of promotion that we can do about women's cricket, we will then are able to stand on a platform and ask for an equal pay grade. But until then, I think because men's cricket, definitely they have won World Cups in the past, they've been doing very well. Women's cricket has its own journey to go through, and we are on that journey. And I'm sure in a few years' time, we can definitely see probably equal stature, equal platforms, and maybe equal pay grade. But until then, I think until that such time, when women's cricket is still finding its ground and we are yet to win a World Cup, which we look forward to 2022. But if we win more tournaments, more ICC tournaments, I think naturally things will get rolling for women's cricket in terms of pay grade.
Okay. Gopi, 2016, taking Sindhu's phone away has become cult. You losing 10 kilos to 11 kilos while training her has also become cult. Telling Gayatri that Gayatri and Vishnu and Lakshmi, obviously, that now it is all about you for the next 6 months in the family because you had to get India a medal is now part of folklore. What is it for 21? Give me one thing that Gopi Chand is pulling off. What is that new Gopi mantra for 21?
I think whatever needs to be done once the qualification is done will be done, is what I would say. I think for me, now more than ever, we have a team working around each of these athletes. So whether it's Sindhu or Saina, or whether it's Shrikant Sai, or whether it's Satvik Chirag or Sikhi Ashwini, each one of them have a personal or a group which is working around them. So my role for this Olympics is going to be very different from what it's been. And I do hope that together the team is inspired enough to pull through a medal this time, or a couple of medals this time as well.
Okay, couple of medals. That's I've got my signal to close the session, so I'll say this. It's not about 45 minutes of discussion with three super achievers or inspirational men and women. Do not forget this session. When you go back and read Mansi Joshi's story from 2011 to now, deep down, you will have this sense, if she can, I can. You will feel that the things that we say are challenges are actually not challenges. You can overcome them. So for me, she's an embodiment of hope, of aspiration and belief. Mithali Raj, as I said, from sitting in unreserved compartments of second-class trains next to toilets which smell, to coming where she is today, magazine covers, a role model, captain of India, continuing at the top of her sport, and her longevity from 1999 to 2020 tells you that there is a lot that can still be done by each one of us to make this country a proud sporting nation. And for Pulela Gopichand, when he started that academy of his mother was suffering from cancer. After winning All England, he was going to people for money, and after a point, they started not taking his calls and basically telling him to go away. So the selfie period had gone. The honeymoon was over. What did Gopi do? He mortgaged his house, raised 3 crores, set up an academy for 4 years. There was no media, and the rest is history when he's given us multiple Olympic medals and, more importantly, world champions. So sport is salve for a troubled nation. Sport is all about hope. Sport is all about 1 billion dreams nurtured. And you know what? Each of my 3 panelists are the living embodiment of that dream. Thank you, Jaipur Literature Festival, for having us. And thank you, Pulela Gopichand, Mansi Joshi, and Mithali Raj for being there on this panel. Thank you very much to my audience for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pulela Gopichand, Mithali Raj, Mansi Joshi, and Boria Majumdar for this session, igniting hope in a vibrant and secular nation. We thank our session partner, One India, and we thank our celebration partner, Diageo. Thank you all for watching and being such a great audience.
My name is Sia Gupta and I'm 12 years old. I'm a student in class 7 at Modern School, Barakhamba Road, New Delhi. I've been writing since I was 8 years old. I've always loved poetry and the fairy tales, so I decided to combine these two aspects. I wrote some of the classic fairy tales in rhyme, namely Cinderella, Snow White, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin. Published by Om Books and launched by Sri Amitabh Upkant in 2019, my book has even won a Federation of Indian Publishers award. At the age of 10, I wrote the Mahabharata in rhyme. While many versions of the Mahabharata exist, I realized that none of them have been written in poetry in English. Believing that if you don't find the book that you want to read in a bookshelf, you should write it. I did just that. I'm proud to share the first peek of my book at the 14th edition of the Jaipur Literature Festival. This is being published by Om Books soon and will be available in bookstores and on Amazon very soon. Now, I'd like to read out an excerpt from my book, which starts when King Shantanu first meets his wife, Satyavati. One day, he decided to go hunting with his son. Now the story becomes an interesting one. In their carriages, Shantanu and Devavrat rode through the most difficult and bumpy road. Devavrat continued, but Shantanu stopped at the riverbank and his eyes almost popped. When he saw Satyavati, a beautiful maid, Shantanu was smitten, and for her he craved. I wish to marry you, he said. Satyavati agreed, and her cheeks turned red. He went to her father to seek her hand, who was a cunning and greedy fellow, the lad. He agreed, but said in a serious tone, Satyavati's son must inherit the throne. The king thought, but Devavrat is the rightful heir. Disappointed and distracted, he left from there. Devavrat was worried at his father's plight. He went to investigate and set things right. When he learned about Satyavati and her father's condition, he asked him to reconsider his decision. Her father repeated what he told Shantanu. Devavrat was angered and saddened too. For his father's sake, he abdicated the throne. He couldn't bear to see his father so sad and alone. He vowed that Satyavati's son would rule the land, by whose side he himself would always stand. Satyavati's father was not happy with just that. He said in a cunning tone which was low and flat, what if your children claim the throne or fight? Your vow doesn't take away their right. Then Devavrat took a vow that he would forever carry. He declared that he would never ever marry. The gods from above showered flowers at his feet. Devavrat became Bhishma for the vow that none could repeat. Thank you. My books will be available soon. I hope you enjoy them.
और मुश्किल समय में हमें आपके सपोर्ट की सख्त जरूरत है।
आपका सहयोग हजारों की जिंदगी बचा सकता है।
आप हमें अपनों से डोनेशन नहीं, काम चाहिए।
हमारा हाथ थामिए,
हमारा साथ चलिए।
हमें और हमारी कला को जिंदा रखने के लिए
अपना सहयोग दीजिए।
लोगों ने सालों से प्यार दिया, सम्मान दिया, अब हमारे कारीगरों को काम दीजिए।
Support the artisans, save the craft.
We hope you're enjoying the festival. Don't forget to buy your favorite books from Amazon.in.
theatre is saying the really important things that need to be said in our